Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2.
Hey everybody, big news. Responsibly. The stop. This was obviously a consequential week for House Republicans, but it was a very consequential week for the American people. And we've delivered once again. Americans demand a few things that are common sense. They demand secure elections. They want a strong national defense capable.
Hey, what's happening, Captain Homer? How's it going, buddy? Good to see you, pal. Yeah, I have Thursday night, 10:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time over here in Los Angeles County, California. It's a hot summer night, but we're gonna check out some current event stuff, see what these politicians had to say today. Hope everyone is having a good day so far and staying cool out there. Going through a heat wave. It's going to be like 100 degrees all for the next 10 days, at least over here in LA. But yeah, let's see what's cracking.
In our adversaries.
This is MAGA Mike Grinder Micro Johnson over here making a statement. This is titled House Speaker Statement After Passage of NDAA and Other Bills.
Congress that plays by the same rules that they do. These are not big things to ask. House Republicans delivered on all those promises and those priorities this week and then some. By way of reminder, this is what we did this week. The House Republicans passed the Clean CR to keep the government funded responsibly, the Stop Insider Trading Act that bans lawmakers from trading and buying individual stocks and from abusing their office for financial gain, the NDAA to provide a much-needed pay raise for our troops and to rebuild the arsenal of freedom, and the budget resolution that unlocks our third reconciliation bill, which of course is Republicans' best shot to get as much of the Save America Act into law as possible, in addition to funding our national defense and our farmers. Republicans support our troops, our farmers, and election security. We're the only team in Washington that does. Many of you doubted our success. Many of you standing around me in the Skago right now said, let me read you a sample of the headlines. Quote, House Republicans face final week gauntlet. Another said, Johnson's rocky sprint to recess. Another said it was Johnson's make or break week. Despite nearly every Democrat voting against everything I just read you, House Republicans delivered. Now, many of you like to say that major legislating can't happen.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Aloha Kitty? How's it going? Hey, what's happening, JFO? Hey, what's up, Mark Choate? Shout out to Mississippi. Hey, what's up, what's up, Oakwood? That's funny. No, actually, Gavin Newsom's going to slap the cuffs on Orange Turd come November during the midterms, during the blue tsunami wipeout. So get your surfboard ready, pal.
The We just proved you wrong. This week, we continue to deliver for the people, and we're going to continue that streak all the way through the end of this year and into the next Congress. We're increasingly confident that we will hold and grow this majority in the House. We must, because you're seeing a demonstration of the two sides, the divergent views for America. We had been saying that this was an election that was shaping up as a contest between common sense and crazy. And now it is literally, in many sectors around the country, common sense versus communism. We have done our job. We'll continue to do it. Tomorrow, House Republicans will return to their district.
Look at this moron saying common sense over communism. This fool wouldn't know common sense if it kicked him in the butt.
Armed with a proven track record of success and in these new legislative victories. Democrats, on the other hand, have to go home. They have to answer for quite a bit. They have to answer for why they voted against funding our troops, against funding the government, against common sense policies like voter ID and proof of citizenship, and against a popular ban on members of Congress purchasing individual stocks. We have 3.5 months to go until this election. We are going to run through the tape. We're going to continue to demonstrate here every day, as we did this week. The Republicans are on the side of the American people, on the side of common sense, on the side of America. The Democrats simply are not.
Yeah, every single thing this guy just says, nothing but lies.
The reality of where we are, and everybody gets to make a choice in the upcoming election. We're very much looking forward to that. Thank you.
All right, so that was Mike Grinder, Micro Johnson. All right, let's move on. So, hey, what up, everyone? Let's go see what Narco Bubio had to say. He made a statement earlier today as well. All right, here's Narco Bubio.
A nuclear weapon in the hands of these radicals.
All right, so this is Narco Bubio from earlier today. This is titled Secretary of State Narco Bubio with his giant Dumbo ears remarks to the press.
Stop.
I think we did a progress on Ukraine today. Is Russia serious about peace this time?
You think we settled the war in Ukraine in our 30 minutes in there here in Asia? That's not the way it works. Look, we had a good conversation, a frank conversation. I'm going to tell you what we talked about, because these diplomacy doesn't work well when you run to the microphones afterwards. Suffice it to say, I'll tell you what I told you yesterday. The United States, the president's been clear that we want, if we can, we are prepared to play a constructive role in bringing about an end to a senseless war. And we're ready to do that. And we, of course, expressed that. And we've expressed it in other means. So we talked about other things as well.
Did you talk to them about Russia sharing information with Iran targeting U.S. troops?
Well, who says that they are?
Are they not?
Who says they are?
Except the knowledge that Russia was enabling in some ways, Russia and
Yeah, but that's a different question from what you just asked me. Who said that they're doing
They've
that?
been reporting that they're targeting.
Reporting in the media?
Yeah.
Oh, then it must be true.
Who's it
It's in
not?
the media. It's a leaker. I'm not going to, let's imagine that were true. I certainly wouldn't discuss it in the press. I've already told you guys yesterday something, and I was very clear about it. Nothing that Iran is doing, nothing that anyone's doing to help Iran is in any way increasing their ability to target Americans. What you need to all understand, because we've explained this repeatedly, is Iran has spent the better part of 20 years not just sponsoring terrorism, but building long-range rockets, short-range missiles, and drones. And they were intending to build them a lot more. They were intending to double their stockpile. The stuff you're seeing them use now, they were going to double that. And they were going to use that and hide behind that to say, we're untouchable. We can now do a nuclear weapon, and you guys can't touch us or we'll overwhelm your air defenses, which is why the president had to address this threat. And he did, and he should have. Another president should have done it earlier. The world will be a safer place because we addressed it. Unfortunately, in the short term, it creates disruptions. But you know what's really disruptive? A nuclear weapon in the hands of these radicals.
In Ukraine, do you sense that the momentum is shifting a little bit in the conflict? And if so, does that manifest itself?
I think it's a bloody war. I think it's a very bloody war. I think, Russia's now suffering strikes deep in their territory. That's something you didn't see. At the end of the year, the winter's still going to hit Ukraine, and they're, obviously going to have to defend their airspace. People suffering every day. I think it's the only conflict, I've been told, it's the only conflict that anyone in the military can recall where the killed in action rate is higher than the casualty rate. That's how bloody it is. Russians, I believe, are losing upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers a week. That's a staggering number. Well, look, guys, when I have these talks, these things don't work well unless I come out here and characterize what the other side is saying. Suffice it to say that I think it's obvious to everyone that this war is very bloody. And look, Ukraine's paid a tremendous price as well. We've seen, civilian deaths, strikes in Kyiv. We've seen some of that increase. Certainly, this war has not been good for Ukraine either. So I think both sides should have an incentive to bring it to an end. That's been the challenge, is an end that both sides can accept. And we've tried and we'll continue to try to see if we can, find a middle ground that brings this about. And we're prepared to play that role. The opportunity presents itself. We expressed that today and we've expressed it in the past.
Mr.
Trying to get
Russian drills in the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah.
And apparently used.
Hey, by the way, how are you guys all doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you guys all had a good dinner. Yeah, I walked my husky dog around the neighborhood, and after it cooled down, after sunset, got some Waba grill. It was like chicken. It was like a chicken beef rice plate. It was all right.
And on Philippine vessels near Scarborough Show.
It was like $17. I remember that same plate under Biden was $8.
But two separate incidents.
As your
Yeah, look, I mean, they know where we feel about those issues. Obviously, we publicly expressed ourselves on the missile launch. It's a destabilizing event. And what's happened with the Philippines, obviously we saw that too. The whole world saw it. It's disturbing, and these challenges and these claims of sovereignty over territory are a growing challenge. That's why.
Hey, what's up, Tamara? Hey, good to see you. Thanks, appreciate it.
To reiterate our commitment.
Hey, what's up, Kulinov? Good to see you. How you doing? Hey, what's up, Madame? Good to see you. How you guys all doing? What's up, John Smith? What's up, everyone? Hey, what's up, Riven? What's happening?
Our treaty partners, but also our commitment.
Yeah, right now we're just watching this Narco Bubio Dumbo Ears press conference that he had earlier this morning, and then after this we'll check out some senators what they had to say from the Senate floor earlier today.
Navigation and respect for territorial rights in the region, and it's one of the cornerstones of our engagement in the Indo-Pacific, and especially via ASEAN. And I made that point in every forum that we've had here.
Sir, President Trump, he said on True Social that the U.S. is going to bomb and destroy a bridge or power plant every time that Iran targets a ship in the strait. Is he talking about civilian infrastructure there? Do you think that is expected?
This is what he's talking about. Iran is begging us, okay, both directly and indirectly. Let's do a deal. Let's talk. Iran is begging every day. The problem with Iran is every time they make a deal, the people that are in charge there, they either break it or they want to change it. So it looks like they're not ready to make a deal. So they're going to continue to pay a price. And every night the price gets higher and higher and higher. And that's what's happening now. And until maybe in a few days, they'll be ready to make a deal once they realize that this is not a winning proposition for them. And that's what the president is outlining. The idea that this is going to continue, it's not going to continue this way. The price will continue to get higher every single night until they come to their senses. Right now, apparently they haven't come to their senses. And so the president doesn't see a lot of utility in responding to their overtures at this point, because frankly, Iran is clearly not ready to make a deal, at least not when they're willing to live by.
Is he talking about
Secretary,
civilian infrastructure
yesterday you were
bridges?
saying you were hoping that there would be de-escalation in the Red Sea, and the Houthis now attack two Saudi ships. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, look, I hope that they'll stop. They shouldn't really do that. They got suckered into this by the Iranians. The Houthis largely were smart and stayed out of all this throughout the conflict, but they now apparently have gotten themselves suckered into this, going after Saudi Arabia and their ships. And by the way, that's, I was reading reports a few hours ago that there was actually a Saudi fuel ship that's flagged Chinese. It's a Chinese ship. Are they going to blow up the Chinese ship and this becomes a problem for China? This will become a problem for the whole world. But I hope that will de-escalate, because I think the Houthis, frankly, got snookered into this thing by the Iranians. And they were smart to stay out of it, and they should stay out of it, and they should stop. We'll see what happens there. Obviously, it's not a positive development. We'll see what happens.
Secretary, what prompted the easing?
I'm sorry, man. I love his little court reporter thing. It's cool. Why don't the rest of you guys have this? This guy's the smartest guy here. Look at that. I know, he is. Better catch up. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, but what prompted the easing of sanctions on Hong Kong last week in terms of letting the executive order expire?
Yeah, no, it wasn't easing of sanctions. The executive order expired. The conditions underlying some of those elements no longer existed. But there remain other individuals that remain sanctioned nonetheless, despite the executive order is a partial expiration on certain individuals, but not on others. It just depends on the light of it. And, the justification and rationale behind that original executive order had the circumstances had changed in the president's judgment. But there are individuals, there's still a significant number of individuals in Hong Kong that remain sanctioned, that were not covered by the executive order, and that remains in place. And obviously that was raised with us yesterday, but we don't see a change anytime in the near future on that.
The second Russian readout of your meeting also once again mentions Anchorage proposals. Please clarify what those proposals are and how relevant are they today?
Yeah, I mean, there was no, proposals, we know they've been reported about it. They call it 3+2, the trading and terror, but those failed. You can't have a peace deal unless both sides agree to it, and the Ukrainians would not agree to it. And so that's why that effort didn't work. So we'll have to find new suggestions and new ideas, because certainly that one, it was not acceptable to Ukraine at the time, and I don't think it's acceptable to them now either. In fact, it's probably less acceptable to them. So, when peace comes, it'll be because of some new idea and some new concepts. And we're prepared to offer some of those in the right setting and form if the opportunity presents itself and the conditions are right. We're prepared to play that role in a positive way.
So, the president made this strategy in assisting Manila is in terms of putting more strategy in terms of the sites, in terms of freedom of navigation operations, which will be conducting more of that soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're a treaty ally. I mean, the United States and the Philippines have a treaty, and so we will live by that treaty. We're committed to supporting our treaty partners, and obviously we've already done quite a bit. In fact, there was a U.S. Coast Guard vessel in the region at the time that this happened, and actually helped stand between the two sides and allowed the individual who was injured to be rescued and brought back for medical treatment. So we're already here, we're already present, we have a role, and we're not going to abandon our allies. We've made that abundantly clear. We're going to have a good relationship with China. Okay, these are the two most powerful economies in the world, two large militaries, two nuclear powers. We have to have a relationship with China. We want it to be as positive as it possibly can be. But that won't come at the expense of our allies and our partners in the region or our presence here either.
Sir, it's been a day since we asked you about the Saudi nuclear
Yeah.
agreement. Have you had it?
Well, let me refer you. I know that was in the press the last few days, but let me refer you back. I think it was in November of last year when the Energy Department entered into this agreement. So the details are there. Obviously, even when the official announcement is made, it will have to go through a congressional notification process, and then we can talk more in depth about it. But suffice it to say that the U.S. is always looking for agreements with allies. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a strategic partner of the United States, and I think, without speaking in specificity about that deal, but in general, we're not the only country in the world that offers nuclear technology. And when countries decide they want to pursue a peaceful civil nuclear program, we prefer them do it with us than do it with some other country. It allows us to have influence over the direction that it goes. It allows us to make sure that there are safeguards in place, things of this nature. And in the case of Saudi Arabia, they've been an important strategic partner for us. So it would make sense for us to enter into such an agreement. But obviously the details of it, once it's released, you'll see it, you'll be able to understand it. And more importantly, it'll go through its congressional review process, which is a key part of this, so there'll be a lot more questions answered at that time.
Would you be comfortable with Saudi Arabia enriching and reprocessing uranium?
I'll let the agreement speak for itself. Suffice it to say that any agreement that we're going to make with any country in the world on civil nuclear energy is going to be one that will have safeguards in place to ensure that it can't be turned into a weapons program. And one of the best safeguards is to make sure that American technology and American companies are the ones that are involved in doing it. If, on the other hand, a country pursues nuclear technology with another country, well, then we don't really control those safeguards. So, again, Saudi Arabia seeks to have a peaceful civil nuclear program. Other countries do as well. We have a similar agreement in place now with the UAE, and the U.S. companies are the world standard in providing that. And so we are always looking for opportunities, by the way, not just in conventional reactors, but in small modular reactors, which is an area that we are increasingly around signing MOUs all over the world to help do as well. To countries that are exploring civil, peaceful nuclear energy, the United States wants to be their partner of choice, and we're always looking for opportunities to be able to make sure that our technology and our companies are the ones that are providing that. Does anybody over here have questions? This side is really lopsided. Go ahead.
You guys put sanctions on China's moonshot AI for apparently distilling.
I don't have any announcement on that today.
Should say that the Saudis agreed to the additional protocol. It's sort of the gold standard. And if the administration is trying to stand up to say that non-proliferation is a problem in the Middle East,
any agreement that we would make on civil nuclear energy with Saudi Arabia or any other country is going to have safeguards in place to ensure that those cannot ever be turned into a weapons program. I mean, that's the gold standard. And obviously, we live in a new era. There are competitors that we face, so we'll have to adjust individual deals to that reality. We're not the only show in town, but we're the best show in town. But we want to make sure that it's our companies they're picking. So again, we understand any deal we enter into with any country will have to go through a congressional review process. And so we will ensure that in order to get congressional approval, we're going to need to have those safeguards in place, whether they're structured differently how they are from other deals in the past or not will depend on the individual deal.
On the Cuba policy, you said in recent.
I'm in Asia. You're asking me about Cuba. It's far.
But you said yesterday you're the main guy on Cuba policy, so we should ask.
No, I said I'm most of all. You guys were asking me a question about people that are involved in Cuba policy. Right. So no one's more involved in it than me. So go ahead.
This is a good question for you. So you said in recent months that the economic system can't improve unless there's a change in the political system. But you've been very vague about what that change in the political system would entail. Can you give us some more details with the Communist Party stay in power, but a different leadership, with the Castros still be in power? With
so you want me to give you details on our plan?
Yeah.
Okay, not today. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you this. No. Here's what I told you, and this is the truth. The people who are in charge of the country don't know what they're doing. They don't know. They don't know how to fix their economy. They don't know how. They don't understand basic concepts. And I think the challenge that Cuba has faced for the last 15 years is they want to somewhat improve their economy, but they're afraid that if they improve it too much, they'll lose political control over people. That's the challenge that they face. So I think for us, we're looking for an opportunity to influence the direction that goes because it's 90 miles from our shores, and we want Cuba to be prosperous. We want Cuba to be free. But in that sense, on the level of detail you're asking me, suffice it to say that as long as the people that are in charge think the way these people think and act the way these people act, it's going to be difficult for them to make the changes that need to be made in order for Cuba to have a better future. Because they just really, they don't understand it. Some of them are incompetent, and some of them just basically don't understand, and others are just so recalcitrant that they'd rather, destroy the country than ever walk away from a failed ideology, although I think the number of people in that category is less than it's ever been. But for the most part, it's just people that don't know what an economy is supposed to look like. They really don't. And then because they've always relied on foreign sponsors. That regime has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and then from Chavez. This is the first time they don't have a sponsor that's giving them subsidies for free. And they don't know what to do with themselves because all they've done is freeload off these countries for all these years. The people of Cuba deserve better than that. Did you have a question? Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the appropriate defense spending for allies like Japan and the Philippines?
What is my opinion on
appropriate defense spending?
Well, we've communicated that to them. But look, at the end of the day, I still think that these are partners and allies, but we want countries to assume more responsibility for their own security. And for the most part, I think the countries in this region agree. And so the U.S. will continue to do its part. But by the same token, you are now, in many cases, dealing with advanced and wealthy economies who have the ability to spend more on their own defense. And they should. I think the primary responsibility of any government is the national security of their country. So, but I don't think it's a point of conflict between us and the region. Yes.
Sometimes are you looking at the step of this support that you've mentioned, especially near the unusual with U.S. Commission BRT Sharon after this speech?
Yeah, look, again, we have a treaty agreement with the Philippines that we intend to keep. We have a treaty agreement that we intend to live by. And we have had a long-standing defense partnership. We don't view that as a hostile act towards anybody. We view it as keeping our commitments to long-term allies with whom we have many shared values, shared history, and we hope shared future.
Venezuela, you said that next month, I think, they're going to start this transition.
First week of August, yeah.
Yeah, between the interim government and
the 2015 Assembly.
The 2015 Assembly. Is there going to be a direct role for Maria Corina Machado and her opposition movement?
Well, that's up to the Venezuelans to decide. I'm sure she can play a role. They allow her, if they want her to. And the 2015 National Assembly is the government that we recognized up. That's the government we had recognized up until these changes when we have these interim authorities. But we think it's a really good development. In the end, I would say that in order for Venezuela to have the reconciliation that country requires to move forward on all these other projects, every element of Venezuelan society needs to be represented. And obviously, Maria Corina represents an important element of that. I mean, she's got supporters there and people that are supportive of her. And there are others as well. But a reconciliation process, we are there to facilitate it, not to dictate it. We will certainly provide guidance and support in the direction that it moves forward. We think it's important for the country to do that. And there's a lot to work on. I mean, if you think about in a country like that, that's been under a regime now for 20 to 25 years, political parties have to transition from being street protest movements to electoral forces. You have to have a free and open press so you can communicate it. You have to have an electoral council that actually accurately count the votes. You have to have enough security in the streets to ensure that the ballot box is safe and people aren't being intimidated. There's a lot that goes into an election, then creating the infrastructure for an election. That really was not invested in for a very long time. In some cases, they were hostile towards. So there's a lot of change to happen. But what it requires is patience, persistence. We have to stay on top of it. because these transitions do take some time. They don't need to take a decade or even 5 or 7 years, but they take more than a few weeks, especially when you're dealing with something that's been in place for 25 years, unfortunately. So the people of Venezuela.
There's some prominent Republicans who have said they want you to take over the Iran negotiations. They trust you. They think that you will prioritize Israel's interests, and they're attacking Vice President Vance.
Who are these prominent Republicans?
Senator Sheehy, the Wall Street Journal opinion page. There's people.
Well, that's not Republican. That's a newspaper.
Well,
You're a troublemaker. These questions, no.
It leads right.
No. Look, guys, listen. Here's the bottom. You know who the lead negotiator is? His name is Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. That's who dictates our policy. He has a team of people that work together on this. We all have a role to play, depending on what the topic is. We have very good negotiators in Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. We have the Vice President of the United States, which is the second highest ranking official, which tells you how the importance you give in this file. Obviously, I have a role to play. The Department of War has had a role to play. That's how we approach it. This doesn't, I mean, it's a combined effort, and it always should be.
Do you wish people didn't endorse you to take over the talks yourself?
I mean, you're telling me about that, but that's not how our system works. That's not how this administration works. It starts at the top. The president is in charge, and he has a team of people that provide.
Yeah, more like a combined effort by a bunch of psychopaths.
And provide advice, but ultimately whose job it is to execute on the president's directive. We have a great team that works very well together. On that topic, we work well together on a number of topics. We work together as a team on Lebanon. We've worked together as a team on Venezuela. We've worked together as a team on the Thailand-Cambodia peace agreement that was put together. We've worked together as a team. We have a really good core team that works on foreign policy and national security. And oftentimes it's a multi-agency effort because there's a role for Treasury to play. Sometimes there's a role for energy to play. That's how these things work. It's not one person. It's all these different elements of our government that have to work in conjunction and in concert to execute on the president's directive and on the direction that he's giving us.
Secretary argued that the ICC threatens the sovereignty of the United States.
Hey Evelyn, why is it that you want a war so bad? To make the billionaires even more rich?
Nice. How do you reconcile that position with the need for an international mechanism to hold perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity accountable?
Well, here's how I reconcile it. We're not members of the ICC. We never signed that treaty. We never joined it. And they somehow claim that they have a right, nonetheless, to go after non-treaty members and put heads of state and others in jail. We've long had quarrels with them. And we have lunatics and crazies involved in the ICC that are talking about charging members of the U.S. military, maybe even the president or a future president, with crimes. And it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. We are not members of that court. We never signed on to that treaty. They need to understand that. If people want to sign on and be a part of that stupid organization, they can. But we're not going to be a part of it, and they're not going to apply their jurisdiction to Americans. That's just not going to happen. We're not going to tolerate it now or in the future. And we've warned them about it repeatedly. And now they're going to see the consequences of ignoring us.
Mr. Secretary, can I come back to Ukraine, please?
You want to go back to Ukraine? Oh, as a question.
That's a question, yes.
Yeah.
And you're meeting with Mr. Lavrov. The Russian Foreign Ministry issued a statement saying that Mr. Lavrov told you or asked you or said.
This guy Marco Rubio looks like he just snorted up an 8-ball. Look at all his movements.
The U.S. needs to stop arming Ukraine. What was your reaction? And there's a statement. They said that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know what their statement said. I know what happened in our meeting. At the end of the day,
what did you say?
Well, first of all, the U.S. position on it is we sell arms. Yeah. We sell arms via Pearl, which is an initiative we have through NATO. And that's what we're involved in. There's been no change to our policy in that regard. We want a peace deal. We want the war to end. We're prepared to play whatever positive role we can to end the war. And that, in order to end this war, will require something that both Russia and Ukraine can agree to. That's not going to happen at a press conference. That's not going to happen at one meeting here in the Philippines. That's going to require a lot of work.
Then why is Donald Trump out there lying, saying he was going to end the Ukraine war on day one?
Asked it. It was unsuccessful, or at least unfruitful at the time. If conditions and factors have changed to make that possible, we're ready to go. The president's committed to that, and every single day, if we identify an opportunity to make a difference in this, we will. Because in the end, what the president most cares about is not the stuff people are. Well, here's what he most cares about: that people stop dying, that people stop being slaughtered, that Ukraine no longer can go on and live in peace, and Ukrainians can move back to their country and rebuild it. That young Russians aren't being killed at the tune of 5,000 a week in the battlefield. He thinks it's a stupid war. He thinks it's a senseless war. And if we can play a role in bringing it to an end, we're going to use the power and influence of the United States to do so. And we're prepared to do that if the opportunity presents itself, and I hope it has, and I hope it does. And that's what we've communicated consistently to both sides, by the way.
On that line, you said that you are open for new ideas. Now that you met this role, are you and the president prepared to sit down with your counterparts, Ukrainian counterparts, if they visit Washington next week?
Well, I don't know if they're coming next week or not. I think President Zelensky had expressed an interest in coming. We've met. I mean, we'll meet with them. We've met with them often. We talk to them often. In fact, we saw them 2 weeks ago in Turkey. I would argue we probably met with the Ukrainians far more times than we've met with the Russian side. And I'm sure we'll meet again in the future, whenever that is. We're always open to meeting with them.
A Trump statement about the bridges and the power plants. Just want some clarification. Do you rule out striking civilian interests?
I think I saw, guys, I saw Arachi, the foreign minister, who the other day say something about their policies, an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price for the things they're doing. They're already paying a very heavy price. You guys don't know because you don't cover it. You're not in Iran. You're not in the street. They don't have a free media. But they're going to continue to pay a very heavy price. Their industrial base has been decimated. Their defense industrial base has been decimated. They're losing launchers. They're losing radars every single night. They are suffering billions of dollars in damage, and their economy is a disaster. But despite all that, okay, these people who are calling us every day, begging us to do a deal, they send us messages to other countries, third countries. I mean, they're running out of countries to send. Even I have countries here coming up to me, I just spoke to the Iranians, they want to do a deal. The problem is, every time these people do a deal, they either break it or after they make it, they want to change the deal. So they're probably not ready to do a deal yet, but they will be soon because the price they're paying is very high despite their tough talk and their flowery language and their stupid Lego videos they put out. I've never seen them, but they put these things out on social media. Despite all that bravado, they are suffering tremendously, and they're going to suffer more until they come to...
What a liar. He's like, I never seen the Lego videos. Of course he's seen the Lego videos.
They're not there yet, unfortunately.
Which countries?
So I can't tell you who told me that. I mean, they're not being betraying the conferences. There's some of them that are here, yeah, and every day I get a text or a call or a signal message from a foreign minister. Oh, so-and-so called me. The Iranians want to talk. The Iranians want to talk. But the problem with these guys, and in addition to the fact that they're probably fighting with each other, is they make a deal, they agree to something, and then they decide, let's change it after they made it. Or they agree, or they decide, I know we made a deal, but we're going to violate it. I mean, these people, unfortunately, they aren't ready for a deal. I think they'll be ready soon.
Do you think there's going to be a big escalation by the United States in the coming days?
That's the president's decision to make. They're going to pay a price. They're already paying a price every single night. I mean, you can't do the stuff they're doing for free. They're going to pay a price.
On Russia and Ukraine, did you talk with Wang Yi about any influence that China might be able to exercise to help bring that war to?
We didn't discuss in our meeting. No, we didn't discuss Russia and Ukraine. We had a lot of other stuff to talk about.
Secretary, discuss with Wang Yi the issue of technology and whether that will be on the agenda for the September leader.
Well, that's a broad topic, technology, like what? AI. Yeah, look, I think that they've expressed they'd like to see some global governance about what AI is governed by. Obviously, I'm not sure we're aligned on that point yet, but that topic has come up. I think they've expressed an interest in discussing what the rules are going to be for how AI is used in the future, and I think that's going to have to be an international conversation. So. We have some ideas about what that should look like and what those standards should be, and maybe they're different from theirs, but we didn't go into great depth on that topic. But it's an issue. It came up in Beijing as well.
Just final point on Iran. What is Iran's off? Is diplomacy running out of time?
With Iran? I just don't think they're serious about making a deal. These guys, I mean, the more the president's gotten to know them, the more he's come to that realization. And he said it yesterday, I believe, he gave a speech in Georgia. These guys, the problem with them is you can't make a deal with people unless they're going to keep it. And these people make deals and then they break it almost immediately. Or they decide, let's change the deal. That's not how deals work. I mean, they violated the MOU within days of it being implemented. We kept our end of it. So now they're paying the price for it. And maybe they'll change their mind here over the next few days as they continue to suffer great losses.
Mr. Secretary, you know the Senate better than most anybody. They're debating the new military policy bill right now after the House passed it. One of the more controversial topics is about fusing the U.S. and Israeli military when it comes to co-production on things. Do you have any sovereignty concerns about that? If there are situations where the United States wants to send weapons, Iron Dome came up with Ukraine when the Israelis...
You asking about NDAA? Yeah, I mean, that largely the Department of War manages that legislative portfolio, so I'm aware of the provision you're discussing that involves cooperation on technology. And look, at the end of the day, the truth is we do that with countries all over the world, right? I mean, if somebody... Well, I haven't read the specific provision in terms to tell you in detail. I understand that. I understand the topic, though, because it's not new. On air defense, for example, we've long cooperated with the Israelis. Look, if we have a breakthrough in our system or they have a breakthrough in theirs, we could share that in a way to improve our own systems as well. So if they come up with some novel way of defeating drones, for example, of course we would want to have that and benefit from it. By the way, they're not the only country in the world that we would do that with. We do that with other countries as well. So I think that's the provision you're referring to, and that's something we're already doing. I mean, that's something that already exists. But I don't think there's any that's different from sovereignty. I mean, it's not like U.S. forces are going to come under the command and control of a foreign general or anything of that nature.
When Ukraine was asking for Iron Dome, the United States and some lawmakers, including Lindsey Graham, wanted the U.S. to send Iron Dome battery that was in the East Coast. Netanyahu vetoed that. That was the co-production.
Well, but anytime you enter into co-production, we have those restrictions too. I mean, if we provide weaponry to a country as part of an agreement, they can't transfer that to a third country without our approval. We do the same thing. And Israel's not the only country in the world that does it. Other countries do it with their systems as well. That's just a normal way. When you do arms sales, part of the restrictions is you get to veto them passing it on to a third country. That's not just us to do it or Israel, it's every country.
Is President Trump coming to Manila for the ASEAN Leaders Summit in November?
I think he'd like to. I don't know what the schedule looks like. Yet I can't commit him to that trip because I don't control his schedule. But he was there last year, and I think that's something that we're going to talk about. It's an important forum, and the APEC is a few days after. So, but I can't make scheduling announcements for you today.
Secretary, would you rule out running for president in 2028?
Do what? I'm not answering president questions. Come on, guys.
Do you think this visit has eased concerns about declining U.S. engagement in Asia?
Are there eased concerns about our engagement in Asia? I mean, we're engaged in Asia every single day. I mean, obviously, this is a conference. We're here. We're participating. But we're engaged in Asia every single day. The Department of War is present all over Asia. The Department of State and our embassies are involved every single day in Asia. We have strong partnerships and economic ties to multiple countries in the region. Virtually every country represented here in ASEAN is someone that we
Yeah, Narco Bubio and Caroline Levitt are very similar in their fast talking, where they just talk a bunch of nonsense. They talk fast, but everything they say is nothing but nonsense.
With every single day. So there's a lot of competing interests in the world. So I think there's always going to be a concern that America is so focused on one place that it can't focus on another. But one of the great things about our country is that it is a large, powerful country. It has the ability to be present in the Western Hemisphere, in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe, in Africa, in the Middle East, and anywhere else where our interests are vital, including the Arctic, by the way.
Do you think it would be easier to make a deal with Iran if the United States didn't wipe out so many layers of their leadership? Trump often mentions that they're on the third tier now. Do you think it would be easier
To do what?
to make a deal?
Well, I think the first two layers weren't necessarily the nicest people on earth. So I don't think that, we'll just keep going down the layers, I guess. But I don't, the first two layers were not like reformers. These were not like Renaissance men. You know what I mean? So I don't think that the layers are the issue here. They're just, look, the system is at the end of the day, it's a country run by radical clerics. I think they have political people in their system. I wouldn't call them moderates, but they at least understand like that hyperinflation is bad, high food prices is bad, gas shortages are bad. But I think when you get to that clerical level, these guys are just oblivious to all of that, and they're destroying their country. These are the people. Understand, Iran is a rich country. Iran can be the richest country in the Middle East if they want it to be, but instead, they take their money and they use it and they give it to Hezbollah, they give it to Hamas, they give it to the Houthis, they give it to Shia militias, they give it to sponsor terrorism all over the world, they give it to try to kill people all over the world. They build drones and missiles and pursue a nuclear weapons program. That's what they spent their money on. If they had spent their money on their people and on their economy, today Iran could be probably the richest country in the region if you want to know the truth.
Is the U.S. seeking a regime change in Iran or just changing its behavior?
I think the U.S. is seeking a denuclearized Iran that will never have a nuclear weapon. The future of Iran, that's obviously, it would be easier to have people in charge that don't want nuclear weapons. But in the end, that's our interest. Our number one interest and the threat they pose to the world is these lunatics in possession of a nuclear weapon. And that's not going to happen, not as long as Donald Trump is president. I don't know if some future president, or I know some past presidents have made some bad deals and others just haven't dealt with the problem. But our issue and our concern and our focus is denuclearizing Iran. They can never have a nuclear weapon. I don't know how many times the president has to say that.
But it's people who you describe as lunatics. I mean, if they decide to make a deal,
well, some of them are lunatics, some of them are evil. Some of them are evil.
It's funny because Donald Trump pretty much allowed Kim Jong-un to have a nuclear weapon, to have nuclear weapons.
So you can be both.
So the United States is okay, comfortable leaving these evil lunatics in place.
They just can't have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I mean, imagine what they would do to the world.
What changed between now and the beginning of the war when the president made it sound like that was not going to be the case, that regime change was one of the goals of the war?
No, he never said regime change was a goal. Though from the very beginning, like from day one of the operation, it was very clear that we were going to degrade the missile launchers, the drones, and the factories, and their navy. Their navy no longer exists. There is no such thing as an Iranian navy. What they have left is a handful of Boston whalers, but they don't really have they don't have a navy. They don't have an air force. Their air defenses are crushed from the very beginning. Now, what the president has pointed to is the fact that the people of Iran deserve better leadership, and they slaughter their own people by the thousands. They shoot them in the head, they slaughter them in the streets. Yeah, we don't like that. I mean, we don't think that's good for Iran. But our goal and our national interest in Iran is they can never have a nuclear weapon. And that's what they were going to try to do if they had been able to hide behind double the number of missiles, double the number of drones. That's where they would have been in about a year had they continued on the pace of construction. Even though their economy was suffering, even though their people were suffering, that's what they were spending their money on, even though they had sanctions. The money that was coming in, they were spending it on those things. That tells you everything you need to know about them. All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, so that was Narco Bubio right there having a press conference earlier this morning. Hey, what up, everyone? Thanks for anyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions. Appreciate it. Please hit the like button. Thanks. We're just watching various stuff that we have here in the queue regarding like politicians and stuff they said today, so we can all be up to date and watch it from the horse's mouth, so we can all come to our own conclusions, use common sense and critical thinking skills. We're just having a little YouTubeville watch party, so we can all get together and discuss everything we're watching as far as these politicians go. All right, anyways, let's check out Chris Murphy. All right, this is Senator Chris Murphy from earlier today from the Senate floor in Capitol Hill. This is titled, Trump Has No Path in Iran. This came out this morning. Here we go.
Mr. President, in a few moments we are going to... Mr. President, in a few moments we are going to vote on a resolution to end the president's illegal, disastrous war with Iran. We should pass this resolution. This is day 146 of a war that has no achievable objectives and no endgame. A war that has ruined American families as gas prices are back over $4 a gallon, unaffordable for many working class Americans. We have sky-high diesel and fertilizer prices. We've seen record numbers of farms go into bankruptcy. This is a war that has made Iran stronger, a war that has depleted American munitions so dangerously that we are now exposed without the munitions and interceptors necessary if there was an actual threat posed to the United States elsewhere around the world. This war has been an unmitigated disaster from start to finish. There's a reason why no American president, Republican or Democrat, prior to Donald Trump, began a preemptive war with Iran, because everyone with even scant knowledge of the Middle East knew that a war with Iran was not winnable, knew that it would set off a series of other conflicts in the region that would result in chaos. And that is what we have today. Chaos. Even worse, planned chaos, foreseeable chaos.
Hey, what up, Amber Leslie? Good to see you.
As we speak, Iran strikes its neighbors, Israel, Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Qatar, every day. Iran strikes U.S. forces and are basing in the region. They have done billions of dollars worth of damage to our forces and to our partners' forces. Our war against Iran has set off other wars. Israel has invaded Lebanon. In that country, 4,300 people have been killed. 12,000 have been wounded. 1.2 million Lebanese have been displaced from their homes. Let me say this again. The war with Iran has set off another war in which 4,300 people have been killed and 1.2 million people have been displaced from their homes. And this week, a new conflict is breaking out between the Houthis in Yemen and Saudi Arabia. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Iran did not control the strait before the war, but they now effectively control it. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, connecting the Red Sea to global waterways, now appears also closed. And the Houthis, again, another Iranian ally, have started to attack ships there. There are 17 Americans who have died. There are hundreds others who have been wounded. Almost 2,000 Iranian civilians have died, including 250 children. The U.S. has depleted our munitions and interceptor stores to dangerous levels. Over decades, we carefully, methodically built up a stockpile of long-range stealth missiles, mostly in preparation for a possible future conflict with China. You know what percentage of that stockpile has been fired at Iran in 146 days? Not 10%, not 30%, 50%. We have fired half of our entire stockpile of long-range stealth missiles in 4 months. And the situation is even worse for our allies and partners in the region. Reports suggest that the UAE and Kuwait may have burned through 75% of their Patriot missiles just over the last 146 days. This all sounds like a disaster, correct? Like an unmitigated 5-alarm disaster. But the administration defends this reality. They frankly can't object to the facts that I just laid out. They simply say that this is the cost of a just war. Lives lost, regional chaos, high prices, low stockpiles, taxpayers footing the bill. It's just all worth it because the Trump administration says we are achieving our goals and the goals are worth the price. And here's the most important thing to understand as we approach this vote in a few moments. It's not worth it. Why? Because Trump has not achieved a single war goal. And Trump has no path to achieve any single war goal. All of the cost, all of the chaos, all of the death that I just described is going to be for nothing. Because not a single one of these goals is going to be achieved. Now, I will admit the goals have shifted over time. And so on this chart, I am simplifying the set of goals. But the first goal has been articulated many times in different forms by the administration, regime change. In Trump's video announcing the beginning of the war, he says, when we are finished with this campaign, the Iranian people should, quote, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. There is also extensive reporting on the plan led by the Israelis, but supported by the United States, to replace the old regime with leaders friendly to the United States and Israel. But here's the reality. Yes, this war has taken out the previous leadership. But what has happened is that the old regime has simply been swapped for a new generation of revolution-era ideologues that are younger, that are more emboldened, and that are less compromising. The new Ayatollah is well known to be a prominent hardliner. He has surrounded himself with other hardliners, leaders of the Quds Force, those with a history of brutal repression of dissidents inside Iran. And they feel emboldened because they have survived this war. They have emerged controlling the country. They've taken America's best shot, and they are still in charge. The president at one point tried to claim that this goal had been effectuated, that because the old Ayatollah is dead and there's a new Ayatollah, by definition, they had succeeded in regime change. All we got is a younger set of leaders who are more confident they can beat the United States and are going to emerge from this conflict more powerful in the region. The second war goal, destroying Iran's military capabilities. Now, the administration, basically as soon as the war began, claimed victory here. On day 14 of this conflict, nearly 5 months ago, the Secretary of Defense said that Iran's military had been destroyed and made combat ineffective. 26 days into the conflict, Vice President Vance declared the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. But with our own eyes, every single day, we can see that that is a lie. As missiles are being fired at our troops and our partners in the region, as wars break out anew each week. According to public reporting in the New York Times and Washington Post, U.S. intelligence suggests that Iran has retained as much as 70% of its pre-war missile stock and 70% of its mobile missile launchers. $100 billion spent, 140 days of war, and we have dented their missile capacity. Along the Strait of Hormuz, where the missiles probably matter the most, a new U.S. intelligence estimate, again, this is open source reporting, says that of the 33 sites, only 3 sites are fully destroyed or inaccessible. 30 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz are still operational. Military intelligence agencies have also reported that Iran has regained access to 90% of the underground missile storage that we have hit. Iran still has their missiles. They still have their drones. They are rebuilding capacity. We have utterly failed at destroying Iran's military capabilities, and there is no path to success in this war aim. Finally, the third goal, eliminate Iran's nuclear program and ensure that they can never acquire a nuclear weapon. This is, of course, a goal that has been shared by Republicans and Democrats. And as Trump has said, this is the only thing that matters. Secretary Hegseth reiterated several times at the hearing yesterday that the primary objective of the war is now to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. But let's just be clear about the facts. According to the IAEA, Iran still has a stockpile of about 970 pounds of highly enriched uranium. That stockpile still exists in the country. Reports suggest that they have moved their highly advanced centrifuges to a place called Pickaxe Mountain and buried them so deep that no airstrike can impact them. And most importantly, because Donald Trump pulled out of the previous nuclear agreement, which had frozen Iran's nuclear research program, Iran has gained the knowledge to enrich uranium up to 60%, which everybody knows is effectively weapons grade. And there's no military strike that can erase that fact. This is a reality that Donald Trump created. Now, Trump's theory is that this military campaign is going to push Iran to the negotiating table, and the result will be a deal, a nuclear deal, that's better than the one that Iran signed. But this is fantasy. There is no world in which Iran, after this war, agrees to more than they agreed to in the JCPOA. And you just can't avoid the facts here. The primary reason is that we will have less leverage in these negotiations than the Obama administration had. Why is that? One, this regime is harder line, less willing to negotiate and compromise than the administration Obama was negotiating with. Second, there is no fear of U.S. airstrikes. That was always a sword of Damocles hovering over the negotiations during the Obama administration. Now Iran knows that they can survive. The regime can survive. America's best shot. Our military leverage is just much weaker. And our primary leverage that we had during the Obama administration, the removal of oil sanctions, will not be available to us in these negotiations because we have already demonstrated that those sanctions will be released just to get Iran to reopen the strait. So we won't have the military leverage. We won't have the oil sanctions leverage. We'll be dealing with a regime that is harder line than the one we were dealing with prior. There is no world in which at the end of this conflict, we are getting a better nuclear agreement than the one that Trump left. Billions of dollars wasted, 18 Americans dead.
These maggot cult members are so gullible that they believe everything Netanyahu said since like the 80s that Iran was gonna have like a nuclear bomb or something. And Donald Trump's the only the stupid president to ever take Netanyahu and help him out with his bogus claims. Yeah, if Iran really wanted death to America, they would have closed the Hormuz Strait a long time ago. But because of Donald Trump's illegal war, now the Hormuz Strait's closed and we're all paying like $200 to fill up our gas tanks.
Of civilians and children in the Middle East killed. Our military stockpiles dangerously depleted. New wars in the region breaking out by the week. The Strait of Hormuz and possibly the Red Sea now closed, controlled by our enemies. Gas prices skyrocketing, the global economy melting down. All of this for what? Nothing. Not a single war objective achieved. Not a viable path to achieve any of them in the coming months. This war was a mistake from the start. Everyone except for Donald Trump knew it would be a disaster. It is a disaster, and we have a chance today to vote to end it.
All right, so
y'all. So this story right here.
That was Chris Murphy right there from the Senate floor earlier today, making sense and speaking facts about what's really going on with Donald Trump's illegal war and his war crimes. All right, let's go check out Van Hollen, Senator Van Hollen.
And more.
All right, so this is Senator Van Hollen from earlier today from Capitol Hill as well. This is titled Van Hollen brings up war powers resolution to permanently end Trump's illegal war in Iran. All right, here we go.
Soldier who serves our country in uniform and mourn the deaths of every single American service member who has been lost in this war and any other war. I listened carefully to the senator from Montana. He's right that the Iranian regime doesn't care about what's happening in the United States, doesn't care about politics in the United States. You know what else they don't care about? They don't care about the Constitution of the United States of America. They don't care about that either, but we in the Senate, we should care about the Constitution of the United States of America, because the framers of our Constitution deliberately vested the power to declare war in Congress because they understood the enormous consequences of sending Americans into harm's way. So if our Republican colleagues have the strength of their convictions, they should bring an authorization to use military force in Iran to this floor. We've not seen that. In 140 days, we've seen nothing. If you want to be true to the Constitution of the United States, that's what Republicans would do. And the Iranians don't give a damn about our Constitution. But I would hope that those in this body who've been sworn to uphold it would give a damn about our Constitution. Because the framers understood. They understood that decisions involving war and peace should not rest with any one individual. You can glorify President Trump all you want, but the founders, those who helped write the Constitution, understood that that power should not vest with one person, whoever that person may be, regardless of prior party. That's what the founders said. The Constitution entrusted that solemn responsibility to the Congress, where the elected representatives could openly debate and vote on those questions before any president sent our sons and daughters to fight and die in foreign lands. We may disagree about whether this is a good idea or a bad idea, but we should not disagree that that is what the Constitution requires and that is what our oath requires. So, Mr. President, yes, I rise to urge my colleagues to support my war powers resolution to end this disastrous and illegal war against Iran that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu launched over 140 days ago. The Constitution is unambiguous. This is not a close call. And yet, right now, we are finding ourselves confronting exactly the circumstances that the Constitution and the War Powers Resolution of 1973 were designed to prevent. They were designed to prevent one person from taking this country to war. They were actually designed in hopes that this Senate and this Congress would do their constitutional duty and vote yes or no, but take responsibility.
Let's not forget, folks, keep in mind that Donald Trump's doing all these war crimes to cover up all his sex crimes.
For decisions that send our men and women into harm's way. Take responsibility. Nearly 5 months ago, President Trump launched this illegal war. He launched it against Iran, and as I said, he launched it without any authorization. Since then, Senate Democrats and some Republicans have tried to reassert the constitutional role of Congress. We have voted 11 times on resolutions to end the war. And finally, last month, both chambers passed House Concurrent Resolution 86, directing the president to terminate hostilities against Iran. It was a historic vote. It marked the first time since the War Powers Resolution was enacted in 1973 that Congress successfully used this mechanism that was designed to halt the unauthorized use of force by a president, by any president. That resolution was not a suggestion. It is legally binding. The Iranian regime may not care about that resolution, but we should care, and the Constitution requires that we care. The passage of that resolution should have marked the end of this disastrous war. But time and again, President Trump has shown he has no respect for the Constitution. He was asked months ago whether he had to abide by the Constitution. His answer? I don't know. That is a president who has no respect for the rule of law. But we should. Instead, what the Trump administration...
He'll say something like, I'll feel it in my bones or something like that.
...steadily expanded this conflict, moved farther away from diplomacy and farther away from a durable peace. When the Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and Iran was signed in June, I stood on this floor and said I hoped it would become the foundation for a broader diplomatic settlement. Many of my Republicans opposed that Memorandum of Understanding. I hoped that it would finally begin the long task of climbing out of the big hole this illegal war has created. That hope is gone now. Mr. President, this moment we're in now is a pivotal one in the war and for our role in it. Just this morning, the House of Representatives passed another resolution to end the war. That's how democracy works. The Iranian regime doesn't care about our democracy, but we should. And the Senate should pass this resolution just as the House passed a War Powers Resolution. This is the first War Powers Resolution since the United States resumed daily strikes against Iran, and the first since we reimposed a full naval blockade. It's the first resolution since another 4 American soldiers were killed. It's the first resolution since shipping in the Strait of Hormuz has once again been ground to a halt. And I think all of us here in the Senate know the Strait of Hormuz was open before President Trump launched this war. In the weeks since the last vote, more civilians have been killed as well. And the United States and Iran are now deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure. President Trump said that he will destroy a bridge or a power plant in Iran for every ship attacked in the Strait. It did not have to be this way. Many of us warned before this war began that military force would not achieve the vague, constantly shifting objectives its advocates promise. We warned that abandoning diplomacy would make the region more dangerous, not less. We warned that military action would strengthen the most hardline voices inside Iran rather than weaken them. We warned that this conflict would destabilize the region, threaten the global economy, drive up costs for American families, and ultimately leave the United States worse off. And Mr. President, since then, every single one of those warnings has come true. I wish they hadn't, but they have. Mr. President, we've heard the arguments warmongers have used to justify this stupid war before. The promises of quick victories. Just one more bombing campaign would finally produce lasting peace. We've heard that regime change is just around the corner. We've heard repeated calls for military adventurism while diplomacy was dismissed as some kind of weakness. Those arguments were wrong before, and they are wrong today. This is the same kind of delusional thinking that sucked the United States into endless wars in the past. The kind of endless wars that this president promised he would keep us out of. When he promised he would focus on bringing down prices, he's done the opposite. So, Mr. President, we must make better choices, and we cannot allow the past to repeat itself. But that's what happens when your objectives keep changing. That's what happens when you convince yourself, against all available evidence, that just one more week or one more month of fighting will bring victory. You know, on March 1st, the day after starting the war, President Trump was asked how long the war would go on. Does anybody remember what he said? 4 to 5 weeks. It'll be over in 4 to 5 weeks, he said. Well, the president said that about 20 weeks ago. And it was all a lot of nonsense. In late March, he repeatedly claimed victory. President Trump said, "We won, go look it up." It's all over his social media channels. We won, we won. Colleagues, I have some questions. If we won back in March, why are more Americans getting killed in July? If we won back in March, why is the Strait of Hormuz closed? If we won back in March, why is the war expanding as Houthis attack ships transiting the Bab el-Mandeb Strait into the Red Sea? If we won back in March, why are oil and gas prices and diesel prices shooting through the roof again, imposing costs on every American family? Is that their definition of winning? Well, I wondered what their answer to that question was. So earlier this week, I asked Secretary of Defense Hegseth what his definition of winning looks like. And there was no clear answer. And that's because their objectives keep changing. He finally settled on the objective of making sure Iran does not get a nuclear weapon. But colleagues, remember this. Just last year, shortly after Operation Midnight Hammer, the 12-day war, here's what Secretary Hegseth told the country, and I quote, "Our bombing campaign obliterated Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons," unquote. The president told us the same thing. And the president's head of director of national intelligence testified in this Senate just months ago that it was the assessment of the U.S. government that Iran did not intend to restart any enrichment program. The president during the time the memorandum of understanding was in place, hailed the fact that the Iranians said they had no plans and would not build a nuclear weapon. Apparently, the president had not been informed that they had made that commitment over a period of years. The whole purpose of the JCPOA was to hold them to that commitment, to make sure that we could identify immediately if they were violating that commitment. Of course, that's the agreement that President Trump tore up in his first administration. But so when I pointed all this out to Secretary Hegseth, all he could go back was to tired old talking points that has gotten us into this mess and keeps us in this mess. In fact, it clarified the reality of what we've known since day one, that the Iran war is a war in search of a mission. And Mr. President and colleagues, that's how forever wars begin. 18 American service members have lost their lives. Hundreds more have been wounded, including over 100 just from the last 2 weeks. And the civilian death toll continues to rise. At the start of the war, an American Tomahawk missile strike killed more than 150 Iranian civilians in Minab, more than 100 of them children. On top of those killings of school kids, thousands of other civilians have been killed or injured across Iran, Lebanon, Israel, and the rest of the region. And on top of all that, oil prices jumped. Then they settled a little bit during the memorandum of understanding, and now they're jumping again. They've risen back to a national average of around $4 a gallon and rising. Diesel prices have surged above $5 a gallon. All of us understand that when gas and diesel prices go up, those increased costs filter throughout the economy. Trucks that are trucking food from one place to another, higher diesel prices, higher food prices, higher grocery prices throughout our economy, imposed on families already struggling with the costs of groceries and housing and healthcare and childcare and other necessities. And again, this is the president who said that he was going to end wars and focus on bringing down costs. This is a strategic blunder on a massive scale. It's a self-inflicted wound on our country, and all for what? That is the question every one of us should be asking as we vote shortly on this war powers resolution. How has continuing this war made the American people safer? How has it made the Middle East more stable? How has it strengthened America's national security? I have yet to hear a credible answer to that question, and that's because there isn't one. You know, Mr. President, these are the kind of questions that should be asked before a war is started, before we put American troops at risk. Colleagues, there is no good way out of a bad war. But as I said repeatedly, when you're digging yourself a hole, the first thing you should do is stop digging. And that's what this resolution seeks to do. Let us stop pretending that Congress has no role to play while American service members remain in harm's way. Many of the people who enthusiastically supported launching this war have been unwilling to take responsibility for authorizing it. That should concern every member of this body. It should concern every American, regardless of party. Because if a member of the Senate truly believes that this war is justified and the right thing to do, put it up for a vote. Put it up for a vote for an authorization to use military force. I disagreed with the decision to go to war in Iraq. President Bush asked for an authorization for military force, and this Congress acted on it. In my view, they made the wrong decision, but at least they took responsibility for their actions as the Constitution requires. So, Mr. President, this is an opportunity as the war escalates even further, as more American service members are killed, as more civilians are killed, as oil and gas prices and other prices go up. This is an opportunity for this Congress to finally take responsibility. We passed a concurrent resolution that passed. We know the president has no respect for the law, but we have an obligation to our constituents. We should not duck that responsibility. We should not simply allow this war to go on without up or down votes on an authorization to use military force. And today we have a chance to take accountability and send a message by supporting this war powers resolution. I urge all my colleagues to adopt it, and I yield the floor.
All right, so that was Van Hollen right there. What up, everyone? It's a Thursday night over here. Well, it's about to be Friday. Hey, it's Happy Friday, everyone. It's about to be Friday for me over here. All right, let's move on. Hope you guys all gonna have a good weekend. It's a heat wave. Be 100 degrees for like the next 10 days. All right, let's see what else we got in the queue. Let's see. So let's check out Bernie Sanders. All right, this was Bernie Sanders from earlier today as well from Capitol Hill. All right, this is titled "AI is Threatening Our Democracy." Bernie Sanders issues warning about AI job replacement and big tech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a couple of years ago, as you may recall, there was a film that came out called Don't Look Up, starring Jennifer Lawrence and Leonardo DiCaprio. The film was about a large comet heading to Earth that would destroy the entire planet. And the astronomers who discovered the comet kept trying to gain the attention of people and explain to them what was happening and the need for immediate and bold action to save the planet. In that movie, they failed, and the planet was destroyed. That was a movie. Now let me tell you about something that is not a movie, not fiction, but reality. I fear that we are living through the same scenario that existed in the movie. People, especially their elected representatives, are not paying attention, and the results could be catastrophic. Mr. President, this time we're not talking about a fictional comet. What we are talking about is artificial intelligence, which will almost certainly be the most transformational technology in the history of humanity. It will profoundly impact the life of every man, woman, and child in our country. The scale, scope, and speed of this transformation will be unprecedented. Nearly every day, there is a news story about how AI is already transforming the world, from our economy to its impact on our kids, to our privacy rights, to our political institutions, to the existential threat that it poses to the entire world. Mr. President, let us take a deep breath. When we think about AI, the first question that we have to ask ourselves is a pretty simple one. Who is pushing this revolutionary transformation of society? Who is going to benefit from it? And who is going to get hurt by it? And the answers to those questions are not complicated. At a time in American history when we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had before, the AI revolution is being pushed by the very wealthiest people in our country, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, and Larry Ellison. And why are these multi-billionaires investing many hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars into AI and robotics? Is it because they want to improve human life? Is it because they want to address the economic struggles facing the 60% of our people who are living paycheck to paycheck? Americans who are struggling to pay for groceries, healthcare, housing, and education. Is it because they want to make sure that all Americans have access to healthcare as a human right and that we successfully address the crises we face in housing, education.
These MAGA cult members are hilarious. Like whenever they say it's not an illegal war, they already like out themselves with their nonsense. Like even Donald, so MAGA cult members are complaining, saying, "Oh, it's not an illegal war." Well, guess what? Donald Trump doesn't even call it a war because he knows he had to go through Congress to get it passed, so he calls it an excursion. So it's hilarious to me that MAGA cult members, say it's not an illegal war when it's clearly illegal. Donald Trump doesn't even call it a war because, he has to go through Congress for it to be a war. So he calls it an excursion.
The other areas. Is that why these multi-billionaires are pushing this revolution? Maybe, but I doubt it. I think the answer is quite obvious, and everybody in America knows it. These multi-billionaires are investing in AI and robotics because they want to become even wealthier and even more powerful than they are today. That is what is motivating these investments. Mr. President, I think it's enormously important we take a hard look at what an uncontrolled AI push by the wealthiest people in our country will mean to ordinary Americans. Over the past year, I have spoken with workers and union leaders, computer scientists, psychologists, religious leaders, environmentalists, and privacy experts about AI and robotics. And while each of these people may be focusing on a different aspect of the overall situation, they all agree that the unregulated race to develop more and more powerful AI represents a profound threat to humanity. And Mr. President, this is exactly what the average American today is telling us. Recently, a poll came out from the publication Heat Map, which expresses an enormous change in sentiment with regard to data centers. Whereas a year ago, Americans were evenly split on whether they supported building a data center near where they live, there is now a 50-point gap, with 71% of Americans opposed to building a data center near where they live. And it's not just data centers. When pollsters ask how people feel about AI, there is enormous and growing apprehension. A recent Quinnipiac poll found that 55% of Americans think AI will do more harm than good, and only 5% think AI development is being led by people and organizations that represent their interests. Mr. President, let me give you some of the reasons, just some, as to why the overwhelming majority of Americans are deeply concerned about the rapid development of AI and robotics. The American people feel, with 70% numbers in a recent poll, that AI will lead to fewer jobs. And they're quite right about their concerns. Elon Musk, who has invested hundreds of billions in AI and robotics, recently said that, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs, end quote. Bill Gates, who has also made huge investments in these technologies, predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote. Mustafa Suleyman, the CEO of Microsoft AI, said most white-collar work, quote, will be fully automated by an AI within the next 12 to 18 months, end quote. And it's not just white-collar jobs that we're talking about. Earlier this year, Wall Street Journal reported that Jeff Bezos is seeking to raise $100 billion to purchase factories all over America. His goal? Replace the millions of workers who are employed in these plants with robots. Recently, I took a trip in a self-driving Waymo car in San Francisco. There was nobody behind the wheel. Waymo is already operating self-driving cars in 10 major cities, and along with other driverless car companies, intends to expand rapidly. What does that mean? Well, say goodbye to taxi cab drivers, Uber drivers, truck drivers, bus drivers, all across the country. Those jobs gone. As the ranking member of the U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor and Pensions Committee, I released a well-researched report finding that AI, automation, and robotics could replace nearly 100 million American jobs over the next decade, including 47% of truck drivers, 64% of accountants, 89% of fast food workers, among many other occupations. These are not just theoretical concerns. We're already starting to see the impact of AI and robotics on workers. Amazon and Oracle have laid off 30,000 workers each. Microsoft has laid off 20,000 workers. Meta has laid off 18,000, etc., etc. Researchers have found that new companies using AI have about 25% fewer employees than comparable companies. In other words, the AI revolution is already making it harder for people to find decent paying jobs, and we are only in the beginning stage of this revolution. Let me be clear. The AI oligarchs do not want to just replace specific jobs. They want to replace workers. That is the goal. According to OpenAI's charter, its mission is to build, quote, highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work, end quote. If OpenAI is successful in building highly autonomous systems that outperform humans at most economically valuable work, I have a very simple question. What happens to those workers who are replaced? How will they be able to find new jobs if there are no jobs to find? If AI and robotics eliminate millions of jobs and create massive unemployment, how will people survive if they have no income? If people are not employed and if they're not paying taxes, what happens to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and other essential government services funded by these taxes? But it's not just employment that I am worried about and that the American people are worried about. AI and robotics threaten our emotional well-being, who we are as human beings, how we relate to each other. In many cases, work is one of the ways that we connect to each other. Whether we are doctors or taxi cab drivers, we all want to serve our community, we want to be productive members of society. That gives our lives purpose. And what happens when millions of people lose their jobs, their meaning and their purpose, and their source of connection to each other? And work is just one aspect of what we're talking about. What happens when people live through their screens? Their major form of social interaction is not with other people, but with screens and artificial intelligence, talking to chatbots instead of other people. Further, Mr. President, AI and robotics are threatening the very well-being of our kids. Let us be frank, even before the widespread deployment of AI, children in our country are struggling. A lot of reasons for that, but the evidence is clear, they are struggling. Today, high school kids have the lowest reading scores in 30 years. The writing skills of our children are in decline, as are their cognitive capabilities. College professors tell us that their students cannot do middle school math or read long texts. That is where we are now. What got us here? Where are we going in the future? Experts increasingly point to the role of screens and technology. In America today, and this is really, I keep questioning my staff about this, but they tell me that this is accurate. In America today, about 40% of children have a tablet by age 2. 40% of children have a tablet by age 2. The typical 5-year-old spends over 3.5 hours per day on screens. nearly all schools now provide devices in classrooms. Mr. President, what is going on here? And let us be clear. The extraordinary amount of time our young people spend on screens and the impact that time on screens is having on them. All of this is not an accident. We have testimony from employees at the major big tech companies like Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, that algorithms they developed were designed to addict kids to screens. Addict kids to screens. A senior researcher at Meta, for example, called Instagram, quote, a drug. In other words, Mr. President, the big tech oligarchs are addicting our kids to screens so that they can make more and more money. They are sacrificing the health and well-being of our children for their increased wealth. And now big tech companies are pushing AI and robots to replace teachers in our classrooms. Apparently, it is not good enough for them to addict our kids to screens. Now they want to push AI and robots to replace teachers in classrooms. Do we as a nation really want AI robots teaching our kids? Does anyone have any evidence whatsoever that this new technology will help our kids learn better? And it is not just the intellectual abilities of our kids that we should worry about. AI is also impacting their mental health. It is no great secret that millions of our children are struggling emotionally, and loneliness and depression are on the rise. There are many kids in America today whose best friends are not other children. They know what AI bots. What does it mean for young people to form friendships with AI and become increasingly isolated from other human beings? Does anyone in America think the past 20 years of social media have been good for children's mental health and cognitive capabilities? Does anyone really think we should now entrust these same companies with even more power over our children's well-being and development? But it's not only our kids' health, it's not only the economy. AI is threatening the very concept of privacy rights. You know, we hear on the floor of the Senate time and time again, we are a free country, we are a free people. Well, let me give you the bad news. We're not quite as free as people think we are. For decades, companies have been collecting our personal information, what we search for online, where we visit, who we talk to, what we buy. Now, AI-powered surveillance companies like Palantir make it possible for someone to quickly analyze all that information, find patterns.
Oh yeah, man. I'm going back to a flip phone and getting myself a Thomas guide.
Create profiles of us. And by the way, Mr. President, not just the economy, it's not just our mental health, it's not just what's happening to our kids. AI is threatening our democracy. But back to that film, Don't Look Up. Well, maybe we should look what's going on the internet right now. Right now, this minute. The rise of deepfakes, convincing fake images, videos, and audio make it possible for bad actors to distort what elected officials and candidates are saying. And I suspect this is personal for many members of the Senate who have had experiences with this issue. And let me tell you, if you don't think this will ever happen to you, you are very mistaken. In a recent Republican congressional primary in Kentucky, a super PAC opposing Thomas Massey released an ad with deepfakes depicting him in a romantic relationship with female members of Congress. It was a lie, but there were voters in Kentucky who believed that. Bottom line, Mr. President, it is becoming increasingly difficult for people to differentiate truth from fiction. How can people make informed political decisions if that occurs? And Mr. President, as we speak all over this country, people are rising up against data centers in their own communities. They don't want to pay higher electric rates. They're worried about the impact of water. They're worried about the impact of noise and heat. And we're seeing people, whether they are Republicans, Democrats, conservative, progressive, say no to these data centers. So, Mr. President, I hope very much we don't do what people did in that movie, Don't Look Up. I hope while this massive revolution...
No, I want to watch that movie, Don't Look Up. Yeah, Bernie Sanders made a reference to some movie called Don't Look Up. Has anyone ever heard of a movie called Don't Look Up or seen it? Or seen it if you have?
is taking place, which is going to transform our lives, I hope that we look up. And I hope that people in Congress have the guts to say that the future of humanity should not be...
Hey, what's up, BTT? You say it's a good movie? All right, cool. Thanks for the feedback. I'm gonna check it out.
...by a handful of the wealthiest people on earth. That maybe in a democratic society, the people should determine where we want to go. And I know that AI is spending tens of millions of dollars on campaign contributions. And if you speak up against them, hey, they're going to put millions of dollars of 30-second ads against you. But maybe just now in this moment in American history, we have the guts to tell AI where they should go. Stand up for our kids, stand up for democracy, stand up for private.
I don't know why these MAGA cult members get their panties in a twist over Bernie Sanders having a few $1 million. You know, I mean, he's dedicated like 60 years of his life to public service. So if anything, he should have like $50 million in the bank or $1 billion like the orange turd. It's the orange turd that's enriched himself billions of dollars since he took office illegally with all his corruption. Because he's the biggest con artist of all time.
Stand up for workers and utilize AI and robotics to benefit all of us, not just to make a handful of billionaires even richer. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, so that was Bernie Sanders from the Senate floor earlier today talking about AI. All right, let's move on to the next one. All right, let's so there was a press conference earlier today regarding the Trumpstein files. So let's get an update on the Trumpstein files. Oh wait, before we do that, my executive producer just let me know that we need to go to a commercial break, so I'll do that. All right, we're going to a commercial break and then we'll dive into the Trumpstein files. Well, you know, the thing about Bernie Sanders is he's not in the Trumpstein files. Like the orange turd, his name is mentioned in there over 1 million times. I mean, look at these two lovebirds. They're best friends. Look how happy they are. They have a smile on Jeff's face. Wasn't Donald Trump over there saying the the Epstein files are a hoax? What a sick bastard. All right, let's go check out this Trumpstein files press conference that happened earlier today.
That he had sexual encounters with.
All right, so this happened this morning, this press conference here.
Great.
This is titled, Robert Garcia accuses Jess Staley of flat out lying to Epstein probe.
Ranking member Robert Garcia just going to make...
Who's Jess Staley?
It's about Jess Staley's interview right now. So first, just as a reminder, I think it's important to note that Oversight Democrats have once again requested that these interviews be under oath, and they continue to not be under oath. And I think what's happening right now is a good reason as to why all of these interviews need to be under oath, and we need honest questions. So Mr. Staley is clearly, in our opinion, just not being truthful and flat out lying. The reality is he's claiming first that he had no real friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, that is just ridiculous. There's documented evidence, including in the Epstein files and numerous emails, of a decades-long friendship, and not just a friendship, references of being best friends, of close friends. And so that as a start, he's become incredibly an uncredible witness. In addition, there's also, I think more importantly, there are credible accusations from survivors that Mr. Staley was involved in sexual abuse. And he refuses to answer questions honestly about that. He dismisses questions that are being asked. And at the end of the day, we believe these survivors. He has been accused of sexual abuse, and he's unwilling to talk about or be honest about those instances. He claims that he's unaware of Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking activities, which is, again, not credible. This is someone that chose to work with a person that he knew had been convicted already of sex crimes. And so the fact that Mr. Staley continues to lie, evade, and not answer questions is incredibly concerning. Before I turn it over, I also just want to add that once again, we continue to call on the Senate to not confirm Todd Blanche, and we join and support the survivors that have come out courageously, united, to also say that he does not deserve confirmation, and we're still awaiting half of the Epstein files that need to be released to the public, and of course, most importantly, to the survivors themselves. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ansari.
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Ansari from Arizona's 3rd District. Today, we are dealing with yet another pathological liar in front of the Oversight Committee. It has been really jaw-dropping to see how the men who have come before us, and in some cases the women who have come before us, continue to lie so brazenly. I think it demonstrates that they are very much accustomed to the fact that they have gotten away with this. They have gotten away with enabling or perpetrating heinous crimes for decades. And this is the first time ever that they have had to come forward in any sort of authentic way before the public to talk about what happened. And today, what we are seeing today is a man who is brazenly lying, who's being so cavalier in terms of saying, no, I don't know, I don't recall, acting like he barely knew Jeffrey Epstein, denying events that happened that are very clearly documented in email correspondence between the two. And that is why, we continue to do this work and why this investigation is so critical, because this is the first time that these people have had to come forward and testify. And while they are not under oath, it is still a crime to lie to Congress. And we will continue to fight to make sure we identify clear discrepancies between the truth and their stories. And if we need to subpoena people again when we are in the majority, we will absolutely do so. And I just want to say that in this moment, the most important thing that we can do to get some justice for these survivors is to stop Todd Blanche from being confirmed as the next Attorney General of the United States. He has been leading the biggest cover-up in American history. He has refused to look into people like Mr. Staley. He has refused to look into Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary. He has refused to do anything to investigate the leads that are already well documented in the Epstein files. So Todd Blanche should not be confirmed as the next Attorney General, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that happens.
Thank you. Emily Randall from Washington State, and I just want to join my colleagues in saying how not disappointing but not shocking it is to hear yet another man lie about his complicity and involvement in the assault and mistreatment of women, the crimes against these women who have been trafficked. We have seen over and over again folks avoid, skirt around, lie on the record about their involvement in this horrifying action that was taken. In Epstein's trafficking ring, the survivors have told us over and over what they experienced, and yet around the table next to their lawyers, we hear these men try once again to avoid accountability. And we are continuing to fight as oversight Democrats in the Democratic caucus to bring truth and justice to the survivors and the American people. But it will be when Robert Garcia is the chair and we have subpoena authority and are able to hold these conversations under oath on the record with cameras in the room that we are truly able to get the justice that these survivors deserve. And I also join my colleagues in calling for the Senate not to confirm Todd Blanche, who has been the architect of this White House cover-up, who is working for Donald Trump and not for the American people. And the American people deserve better. They deserve truth. They deserve justice. They deserve a legal system that doesn't continue to protect men in power on the backs and bodies of women.
Congressman Suhas Subramanian, Virginia's 10th district. The survivors told us from the very beginning to follow the money. Well, the money that Jeffrey Epstein had was in these large banks, and these people like Jess Staley helped Jeffrey Epstein continue to be bankable even after he committed heinous crimes, even after he's convicted of sex with a minor. And Jess Staley went so far by his mission to actually fly down to Florida while Jeffrey Epstein was in jail for a friendly visit. This is how this world worked. It didn't matter what crimes you committed. It didn't matter what type of person you were. If you had money, the banks would take it, and the banks would keep it, and the banks would continue to work with you, as in this case. If it weren't for banks and bankers like Jess Staley, then Jeffrey Epstein would not have been able to continue to commit these crimes against women. He would not have continued to do some of the things that he did, but it was because of these banks that he was able to do so. That's why we subpoenaed the banks from the very beginning. That's why we're going to continue to hold everyone accountable, including bankers like Jess Staley.
And I associate myself with the statements of my colleagues, but I just like to add a different perspective. As a prosecutor, I've led these types of investigations. I've sat in the room with survivors of these types of horrific crimes, and I think sometimes we do it a disservice by referring to it as the Epstein files, when what it's really about are the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, and making certain that we hold everyone accountable who was involved in those crimes. And so I'm proud to stand amongst my colleagues, because at the end of the day, investigations are only going to be as thorough and as detailed as the folks that are pushing those investigations. And Democrat oversight Dems, under the leadership of our ranking member, soon to be chairman, we are not going to stop until there is a full accounting, until there is a full, detailed, and thorough investigation, until the survivors of these horrific crimes get the justice that they deserve and nothing less. Thank you.
James Walkinshaw from Virginia's 11th District. The Epstein files revealed that Jess Staley described his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein as profound. Today, he says they had no friendship. The Epstein files have revealed that Jess Staley faces credible and serious allegations of rape and sexual abuse. Today, he said he had only one consensual encounter with a woman introduced to him by Jeffrey Epstein. We know that the wealth, the power, and the privilege that individuals like Jeffrey Epstein and Jess Staley enjoyed has shielded them from accountability. And there's one person today who has the power, the ability to change that. And that person is Todd Blanche. He could take action today to reopen the Department of Justice's investigation into the Epstein case, to investigate individuals like Jess Staley who face credible accusations of rape and sexual abuse, but he refuses to do it. And that's why any member of the United States Senate who votes to confirm Todd Blanche is complicit in the cover-up of the Epstein files. And I urge them, Democrats and Republicans, to listen to the survivors, to listen to what we've heard today, the lies from Jess Staley, and refuse to confirm Todd Blanche.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Melanie Stansbury and I represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. And I want to just be clear that where there is smoke, there is a flame. And the reason why Jess Staley is in front of the committee today is because he is implicated not only in sexual abuse crimes committed against women who were trafficked through Jeffrey Epstein's networks, he is also potentially implicated in financial crimes that enabled not only the crimes against women, but other potential wire fraud and other illicit wire transfers. So we need to be clear that he has been called in front of the committee. He should have been called under a subpoena to testify under oath, but he is here under his own recognizance, testifying voluntarily under a transcribed interview. This is a failure by the majority to conduct a real investigation under oath. Now, let's be clear a little bit about the facts here. We know from documentation that Mr. Staley met Jeffrey Epstein in 2000 when he was working for JP Morgan as a private banker. We know he maintained not only a professional relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but he also was engaged in a personal relationship. In fact, we have evidence just in the files that are released that they exchanged over 1,000 emails. We know even from his testimony today that he traveled in 2008 to Florida to visit Jeffrey while he was under arrest and visited him in his own words as a friendly visit. And we have email documentation that in 2010, he was requesting and interacting with Jeffrey Epstein to procure women that he had sexual encounters with. And when he was asked in the room what happened and to describe those encounters, he could not recall. Over and over again, he could not recall. But somehow he could magically recall the details of his friendly visit to Jeffrey Epstein, which had happened years prior to those interactions. And this is why these individuals should be testifying under oath. This is why we need a real investigation here in the House. And this is why Todd Blanche should be doing his job and following investigative leads, because there are multiple allegations against this individual for sexual crimes, financial crimes, and even he left JP Morgan over his relationship with Epstein because JP Morgan found that he had enabled a continued relationship in banking of a known criminal. He was still engaged in a friendship and potentially procuring girls through Epstein, allegedly through these emails that we see in the files. He was also found just last year in the UK of having lied to regulators about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And now he's sitting in a room behind us, lying to members of the US House of Representatives because he claims he cannot recall the details of his sexual encounters and crimes that involve Jeffrey Epstein. This is why we need a real investigation. This is why Todd Blanche cannot be confirmed by the Senate. This is why the Epstein Files Transparency Act must be enforced. This is why the files in their entirety must be disclosed. And this is why House Democrats on the Oversight Committee are going to continue to investigate these crimes. And you better believe that next Congress, they will be here under subpoena. So with that, we will open it up for a few questions, and I'm happy to take the first question.
Can you elaborate on how how it would be different in the room if someone like Jess Daly was here under subpoena? I mean, we know that it is a crime to lie to Congress no matter what. If you have a witness who is claiming to not recall, and that's going to be their posture despite the facts that are, clearly out there that you can present to them, how would a subpoena help you handle this situation differently? Or if someone is completely just going to say, I don't recall, would that change if they're here voluntarily or here in a deposition under subpoena?
Let's have a prosecutor handle that one.
Essentially, the reason why we want to have someone under oath is because there are penalties for lying under oath. Also, we get to see what that story is, and as we're conducting our investigation, we get to use the revelations from that story and not only see if there are other crimes that have been committed, but also whether this individual was being honest and truthful with their statements, and that takes us in all different places with respect to an investigation. So yes, it's important. When we're doing an investigation, we start with a deposition under oath because we want to hear what is your story, and if you change that story, we're gonna ask you why, and we're gonna investigate that as well. But they're getting 2 bites of the apple essentially now. He gets to come in, say whatever he wants, and there be no consequence for any statements that he makes, and then come back under oath and then say something different and not be held accountable. And I agree with my colleague that Republicans on the Oversight Committee are not doing their job by not requiring that, particularly when it comes to these types of heinous crimes that we're seeing alleged and that we've seen occur during this investigation.
Just based on testimony today, given that it's a crime to lie to Congress, regardless if you're under oath or here voluntarily.
You absolutely could, but that would require a Department of Justice that was interested and determined to conduct a detailed and thorough investigation. And we're not seeing that under this current administration. And that's why I also agree with my colleagues that the Senate cannot confirm Todd Blanche because this is a matter of justice. This is a matter of getting justice for survivors and victims and treating them with the dignity that they deserve.
I'll just elaborate slightly because I think it's an important question you're bringing up that's relevant for this entire investigation. And that is, there is a difference in how these witnesses approach answering questions. If you know that you are not under oath in front of Congress, you know there's a Department of Justice that's not going to prosecute crimes, and you have made an arrangement with the majority counsel before you came in here regarding the scope of the voluntary nature of your conversations, what we've seen over and over again in these recorded interviews is that witnesses will reference that. They will say, I'm not here to discuss this. This wasn't part of the scope of the agreement. So they do not feel compelled by the law to actually provide the information that we're asking. Secondly, there's a burden of proof, right? In order to actually prosecute a crime that they lied to Congress, you need to have a record of it. Certainly we have a record of these interviews, but they're very careful with their very expensive corporate lawyers to try to establish that this was not within the scope of a voluntary interview. So it changes the entire nature of it. But I want to make the point that this is a smokescreen that the chairman and Republicans are using to try to show the public that they're doing an Epstein investigation without doing it under the imprimatur of actually using Congress's real legal tools. So if they were actually conducting a good faith investigation, these would be under oath. Thank you. Yes.
Are there any NDAs involved here? And if there aren't, similar to that of like Leon Black, for example, what is the nature of the bank subpoenas? Have you gotten anything on that yet? Can you share that with us?
Do either of you want to address that? No. I'm not sure if that was addressed in the first Republican hour, but during the time that I was in the room, it was not addressed. But there's certainly, we have lengthy questions that we're hoping to ask all of these witnesses, and we're hoping to address all of that today. And I'm really glad that you brought Leon Black. That is another dynamic. When you have witnesses here under their own voluntary measures, they can leave and basically say they're not going to answer any more questions without any sort of consequences. Any other questions? Yes.
You said statements that you remember the encounters that you had with women Epstein introduced him to, but Senator Walkinshaw said he did talk about one that he had a consensual interaction with. Do you mind expanding on that? What was said in the room there?
Yeah. Mr. Staley was asked about a visit that he had with a woman who retained her ability to prosecute, but we asked if it was consensual. Our lawyers asked if it was consensual. He said yes. The lawyer asked, how did you know it was consensual? And he said, well, because she invited me over. And I think the point that was brought up in the room that is common knowledge now, that Jeffrey Epstein procured women, sent them to the hotel rooms of powerful people like Mr. Staley with the direction to have sex. I think the power dynamic that was there, the sex trafficking crimes that have been uncovered, shows that there is not clear consent in all of these relationships. And for Mr. Staley to just assume that because Mr. Epstein sent someone to engage in sexual relations with him, that it was consensual is, I think, unproven, unfounded. There are also clear email correspondence between Mr. Epstein and Mr. Staley about what he might have needed when he was in London. And did he need anything? Mr. Staley says, yep, does not remember what it was that he needed. And then all of a sudden, another woman gets an email from Mr. Epstein with the address of Mr. Staley's hotel room. There are clear fact patterns here that...
Hey, what's up, Long Bong? Now it all makes sense. I forgot about that. That's why I love these YouTubeville watch parties. We can all share information. But yeah, the Saudi Arabian prince, that's probably why Trump's all of a sudden trying to give them nuclear weapons, because he's got blackmail on him on the Epstein files.
Mr. Staley is conveniently not recalling because he is not under oath, because he is not compelled to answer, because of the agreement that he has with the Republicans. And I don't know how else to feel besides disgusted by both humanity and what we are calling a justice system led by Todd Blanche, who is engaging in this cover-up and allowing folks like Mr. Staley to completely avoid any sort of criminal consequences for his actions.
And we'll take one more. Go ahead.
Just really talk all about the extent of Jamie Dimon's knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein and David Morgan.
In the room. I'm not aware that that's been discussed yet, but it may have happened when I was not in the room. But I do know that the financial crimes aspect of all of these questions will be asked and hopefully answered. So thank you.
All right, thank you all.
All right, so that was an update on the Trumpstein files right there. All right, let's move on. Let's go check out this press conference that happened regarding ICE. All right, so this was a press conference that happened earlier today as well regarding like ICE, DHS, Border Patrol. All right, this is titled, House Democrats on the Melt ICE Act.
Good morning. Buenos días a todos. Soy la congresista Delia Catalina Ramírez. Represento el Distrito 3 en el estado de Illinois. I'm Congresswoman Delia Catalina Ramírez and I represent Illinois 3rd Congressional District. Y hoy estoy aquí enfrente de la capital con organizadores, con líderes, con familiares, con gente que está diciendo ya es suficiente, ya basta. No podemos dejar que ICE continúe matando a nuestras comunidades, aterrorizándonos todos los días. Y por eso estamos aquí diciendo, el día de ICE tiene que terminar y tiene que terminar lo más antes posible. I'm surrounded today by activists, by organizers, by community leaders, but more importantly, neighbors, family, friends who are saying enough. Enough of the murdering of our neighbors. Enough of the terror. Today, at 85 degrees on a sunny day, it is a perfect day to melt ice and end the ice age. Am I right? Let me be very clear. as I will be heading to Committee of Homeland Security in just a few minutes after here. The Department of Homeland Security remains the biggest threat to our collective safety, period. Loved ones are still dying in ICE detention right now, living in horrifying, inhumane conditions. Our neighbors are being murdered in the streets by DHS agents. Some are so afraid of being stopped while on their way to work that they're getting killed by semi-trucks while trying to run for their life. Our families are still being separated every single day around the country. Our children are still being tormented. On their way to school, they don't know. What's a day?
Hey, what's up here, Meow? Sorry, I'll check out your comments in a second. I'm just listening to this right now, but I appreciate everyone that's sharing their opinions. We hope you guys are all having a good Friday morning out there. Thanks for hanging out. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Last day that I say, te veo al rato, mami, because I may not see my mother or my father again. Our communities every single day are being terrorized. Yet there are those in Congress who would still vote right now, despite of all of that, to expand DHS budget and ICE capacity to enact Trump's mass evil deportation agenda and further our community's pain. Just last night, Republicans and Democrats voted for a so-called clean continuing resolution that it will allow funds to be reallocated from FEMA, the Coast Guard, and CISA so that they can give more money to ICE and CBP. That is on top of the $70 billion they just got over a month ago so that ICE and CBP can even terrorize more communities. And you and I already saw what they did with that last allocation. So as we stand here today, we know that there's a lot of dissonance in those halls of Congress because the Judiciary Committee is also preparing to mark up H.R. 2, another anti-immigrant draconian bill that would empower DHS to continue to put the lives of our neighbors at risk. Friends, I say that to you and it's hard not to want to tear up because what we should be doing is melting ice, but those halls of Congress are doing literally the opposite. What is happening here is unconscionable. The violence, the death, and the pain is way too much for people to handle. So this moment requires us to move beyond statements, beyond prayer vigils. They're important, but thoughts and prayers are not enough. Strong worded letters to DHS, they're just not enough. We have to demonstrate our commitment to our communities, to our families with real accountability. And every single Democrat who is saying that it's unacceptable that DHS terrorize our communities have to listen to the growing number.
Hey, what's up here, Meow? All right, thanks for exposing yourself in your last comment. I was trying to figure out if you were a Donald Trump MAGA orange turd meat writer or not, but you just let it be known, so that's probably the reason I never responded to you. It is nothing but a orange turd writer.
Americans calling for more than training, more than some basic reform, and more than bare minimum policies. Everyone that is sick of the profiting off of our immigrant neighbors with all of the money that's going to private detention has to stand with us and say,
I mean, if MAGA cult, there's nothing to debate with the MAGA cult member. If they can't see all Donald Trump's corruption, what the hell's there to talk about with those fools? What we're here to do is to, build a community of people that never have and never will drink the Kool-Aid. And we're trying to, reach out to people that might be lost out there, get them before TPUSA gets them and let them know the truth that Orange Turd and his whole cartel is a piece of crap.
it's time for us to pass H.R. 7190 and melt ice. Let me say it again so you can scream it out with me. It is time to pass H.R. 7190 and melt ice. The bill would end DHS immigration detention and monitor and disrupt DHS's immigration enforcement. And while Republicans try to cut funding from our communities, the Melt Ice Act would actually return your taxpayer dollars back into the communities that have been terrorized, whether it's Oregon, whether it's Chicago, whether it's Atlanta, whether it's LA, and put that money into healthcare, housing, and other critical services. We understand that Melt Ice Act is a line on the sand because we know that an agency established to violate our rights under the pretense of ensuring our security cannot be reformed. It must be dismantled piece by piece, and something new, a new system that is founded on human rights, dignity must be built. Because we know this. Less than 25 years ago, we brought ICE and DHS into this world, and we can build a world without it too. So today, as we're standing here on this Wednesday, it's an invitation for every single member of Congress who claims that they stand with our immigrant neighbors to join us and melt ICE and to dismantle DHS. We're going to end the ICE age. Lo vamos a hacer porque ya es tiempo de terminar con ICE. Lo vamos a derritir y lo vamos a hacer juntos. And I do this work with a community that is from one corner of the country to the other, and with members of Congress with courage, with commitment, with dedication. One of those has been a mentor to me, has been a leader fighting for our immigrant communities, an immigrant himself. Help me introduce Congressman Chuy Garcia.
Thank you, colleague. Muy buenos días. Good morning to all. I represent the 4th District in Illinois, Chuy Garcia. And of course, I want to thank my esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Delia Ramirez, and the advocates who are standing here today calling attention to America's conscience. Thank you for the work that you do to challenge the brutality of this administration. The death toll of ICE victims keeps growing. At least 10 people have been shot and killed by immigration agents since last year, and 52 have died in immigration detention since Trump became president. People are getting shot while going to work, while taking their children to school, and even while visiting as tourists. The actions of ICE masked agent squads reflect the shameless cruelty of Trump and Miller's policies paid for by our tax dollars. They're executing innocent people on our streets. They're racially profiling people. They're breaking into people's homes without a warrant, and the Republicans gave them $240 billion to do it. They're paying sadistic criminals like David Brulette, who murdered Juan Sebastian Duran Guerrero in Maine, or Charles Etzem, who shot my constituent, Marimar Martinez, 5 times in Chicago. These are violent mercenaries who brag about shooting and murdering people. And because the Republican Party has no purpose other than to persecute immigrants, to give tax cuts to the rich and destroy democracy, they have no choice but to double down on their cruelty. All while our constituents struggle to make ends meet because these same politicians gutted their health care, education, and nutrition assistance to fund ICE. It's time to stop the ICE age. No more half measures. No more propping up this failed immigration system that's a loaded gun against our communities and against our Constitution. We must dismantle DHS and its for-profit detention centers, prosecute agents for their crimes, end the criminalization of immigrants, and rebuild the enforcement system from the ground up. Establish independent immigration courts, create safe and lawful pathways to migration, and actually fund case processing. That's what our communities deserve, and that's why we join the chorus for justice in saying it's time to melt ICE. Thank you. And now I am delighted to represent our colleague from Arizona, Adelita Grijalva, a warrior for immigrant justice.
Good morning, buenos dias. I'm Adelita Grijalva, proudly representing Arizona's 7th Congressional District. Every port of entry with Mexico and Arizona is in southern Arizona. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you to all of the people here. Thank you to Congresswoman Ramirez for organizing this press conference. And again, bringing light to the injustice in our immigrant communities. We are once again gathering because not one, but two more people have been killed by ICE. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo and Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero. We also remember Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and many others whose lives have been forever changed or cut short by this agency. A sus familias les decimos, no están solas. Su dolor también es nuestro. Y seguremos que luchando por justicia. Their deaths are the consequence of an immigration enforcement system that has operated in violence, impunity, and lack of accountability. Meanwhile, our families, friends, neighbors are being thrown into overcrowded detention centers where disease spreads, basic medical care is denied, and people are treated less than human. In Arizona, people have been exposed to measles in detention. Pregnant women have suffered miscarriages while in ICE custody. People have died because of something as basic as a toothache when untreated. And this administration has the nerve to say the people in detention are getting the best medical care they've ever had. The irony and hypocrisy of those statements. People have died, but the horror stories do not stop there. It's happening in every state. It is cruel, it is inhumane, and it is unacceptable. ICE agents have shot people in our streets, terrorizing families through warrantless raids, targeting peaceful protesters and members of the press, and packing people into overcrowded detention centers where a record number have died in custody. Enough is enough. Our communities cannot continue to live in fear. This is not an agency that can be fixed around the edges. ICE is fundamentally broken, and ICE does not make this community safer nor this nation safer. That is why I support the Melt ICE Act. We must abolish ICE, end our reliance on mass detention, and build an immigration system rooted in dignity, due process, and justice. It means ending private immigration detention, which profits from locking up immigrants and making billions off human suffering. It means restoring resources at the border, so asylum claims are processed fairly and efficiently instead of funneling billions into militarized enforcement. And it means finally passing comprehensive immigration reform that creates safe, orderly pathways to legal status and our citizenship. It is important to remember that ICE is not as old as our immigration system. It was created after 9/11, and the current system is neither inevitable nor beyond reconsideration. What is clear is that ICE is institutionally compromised, and its failures are not incidental. They are systemic. Systemic failures require systemic solutions. La justicia no conoce fronteras y la dignidad humana tampoco. The status quo is failing our communities. We have to have the power to change. We have the power to change it. Now we need the courage to do so. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. And now, Satare, Advocacy Director, Detention Watch Network.
Good morning. And thank you all for joining us today. My name is Satara Kandahari, and I am the Advocacy Director at Detention Watch Network, a national coalition building power through collective advocacy, grassroots organizing, and strategic communications to abolish immigration detention in the United States, a system that is fundamentally inhumane, unnecessary, and deadly. We are deeply saddened and enraged by the loss of life at the hands of ICE. Last week, ICE agents shot and killed.
Hey, Meow, you ever seen that movie Nightcrawler? Here, let me play you a clip of this movie Nightcrawler starring Jake Gyllenhaal. Here, let's listen to this. Here, listen to this. Listen to this, Meow.
It's in our pocket, bro. Thank you for offering me the position, but working for myself is more in line with my skills and career goals.
Take a few days to think about it. No,
You'll need to hire someone else, and I don't want to hold up the process.
You want to be on the inside of this, man, because I'm going to be tag teaming every call.
You keep talking like it's something that I may be interested in, but I'm not.
You don't even understand the offer. If you did, you'd be fucking sucking my dick. Be asking me questions. What does this mean? What does that mean?
I feel like grabbing you by your ears right now and screaming in your face, I'm not fucking interested.
Sebastian Guerrero in Maine, and Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Texas. Last Monday, Jesus Manuel Arena Silva tragically died in ICE custody while being transferred from the Irwin Detention Center to the Folkestone Detention Center in Georgia. We will hear from his beloved sister shortly. ICE kills people. ICE tears families apart and threatens community safety wherever they go.
Oh my goodness. Another.
No one is safe when ICE is present, whether on the streets or in one of the agency's more than 200 abuse-ridden detention facilities. Today, Detention Watch Network, along with our partners, the Immigrant Defense Project and the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, is launching a new campaign, End the ICE Age, to demand ICE out of our communities across the country, shut down all detention centers, and redirect ICE funding. We are proud to stand here today with Representative Ramirez and her colleagues who have introduced the Melt ICE Act that is responsive to these demands. Fiscal year 2026 is the deadliest year in ICE's history. There have now been 53 deaths in ICE custody since Trump was inaugurated, 33 deaths in fiscal year 2026 alone. These are not isolated deaths, but rather are part of a pattern of systemic abuse. ICE continues to act violently and with impunity. They have spent over $100 billion that they received in less than 1 year from Congress to carry out aggressive immigration enforcement operations, targeting our loved ones in communities across the country, and to massively expand its detention infrastructure from industrial warehouses to tent camps on military bases and state land, from local and federal prisons to privately owned prisons, and even horrific offshore detention centers. Trump's mass detention expansion deportation agenda has reached a previously unimaginable scope and scale, and we are in a watershed moment. The human toll and cost to all Americans continues to be shocking. ICE is operating the largest federal law enforcement agency in the US with the largest immigrant detention system in the world as a direct result of unprecedented funding and at a cost to all Americans. Hastily created just 2 decades ago, ICE is not necessary, nor is its existence a foregone conclusion. The American public is clear on this. End the ICE age. Nationwide, people are demanding no more abuse and death at the hands of ICE, and no more ICE funding while people lose health care, struggle to pay rent, and kids go hungry. Members of Congress must act now to shut down ICE detention centers, stop detention expansion, cut funding for ICE, and get ICE out of our communities. We demand an end to the ICE age. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce Sonny Mar.
Buenos días para todos. Mi nombre es Sonimar Arenas y viajé desde Atlanta con mi pequeña familia para estar aquí hoy. Más que una voz, yo traigo el eco de un grito. Aquel grito que mi hermano Jesús Manuel en las afueras de nuestro hogar hizo cuando fue arrestado y quien falleció trágicamente bajo custodia de ICE el día 13 de julio, mientras los trasladaban del centro de detención de Irwin al centro de detención de Folkestone, Georgia. Él nunca debió estar allí. El 9 de julio, agentes de ICE llegaron a mi casa y se llevaron a mi hermano, dejando a mi familia conmocionada y traumatizada. Le supliqué a ICE que no se lo llevaran debido a su condición médica, pero estas no fueron escuchadas. También ignoraron mi petición de permitirle llevarle todos sus medicamentos. Solo le dejaron llevar uno de los 4 que él necesitaba. Mi hermano era hipertenso, tenía un trastorno de ansiedad crónica, generalizada y depresión. Más tarde, mi hermano me contactó por teléfono y me dijo que no le suministraron su medicación, permaneciendo sin medicamento durante su detención.
I don't know. Last I checked the poll, out of almost 500 votes, 64% of the people that have voted are not enjoying Trump's high gas and food prices with his illegal war. So the poll says it all.
Exigimos justicia por su memoria y una investigación para esclarecer las reales causas.
So that's a good indicator of the blue wave tsunami that's happening. All these maggots are going to get voted out come midterms. Going back to Jonestown. Pack your bags.
Estoy totalmente segura de que él no recibió esa atención médica que requería. Mi hermano tenía 45 años. Era un hermano protector, responsable, un excelente hijo, primo y sobrino, querido por todos los familiares y amigos. Llegó a este país a través del exilio venezolano, de gente buena. Era de los buenos, con un excelente comportamiento, en busca solamente de una oportunidad. Por eso traigo no mi voz, sino el eco de aquel grito que cambió nuestras vidas para siempre y la dividió en un antes y un después. Traigo el eco de la voz de aquel...
Hey, what's up, Morts? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Por lo mismo y sus gritos no fueron escuchados. Traigo la voz de aquellos que ahora mismo, cuando nosotros estamos aquí, están siendo sustraídos de sus hogares, gasolineras, lugares de trabajo. Traigo la voz de aquellos que mañana y en el futuro serán arrestados. De esa misma forma, yo traigo el grito de mi hermano. Su inesperada muerte nos ha dejado en la familia un vacío inexplicable a toda lógica, un dolor infinito, gris, desgarrador. Le pido a Dios que nos ayude a llevar este inmenso amor y al mismo tiempo cargar este inmenso vacío. Porque el amor así jamás puede ser olvidado, ni lo podemos dejar atrás. Entendiendo así que este mundo de alguna manera tiene que seguir girando de la misma forma, mientras que el nuestro solamente se detuvo.
Well, hey, here, Meow, I appreciate your offer to have a discussion, but I'm not interested in it. But I hope you're having a good Friday.
Un día, y conseguí en sus notas personales una frase de la canción Venezuela, himno de los venezolanos en el exilio, que dice así, un fragmento: y si un día tengo que naufragar y el timón rompe mis velas, enterrar mi cuerpo cerca del mar en Venezuela. Eso lo leí en sus notas personales. Me inspiré en eso y creé una campaña de GoFundMe para que podamos trasladar y repatriar el cuerpo de mi amado hermano a Venezuela, donde podrá recibir un entierro digno, rodeado de sus familiares y amigos. Les pido de todo corazón, en nombre del grito de mi madre cuando le tuve que dar esa noticia, en nombre del...
I mean, feel free to say whatever's on your mind. You know, I just like to hang out and watch, these up to date like videos that came out as of the day. Keep up to date, with current events, with what all these politicians are saying, press conferences, and interact with YouTubeville. I like to hear what everyone out there in YouTubeville has to say. So appreciate everyone that's commenting and saying what's up. So
Mano, a todas las organizaciones.
So it's like a YouTubeville watch party. Just all share our opinions, criticisms, concerns, insights, whatever it may be. We all want to be heard. We all want to hear what you got to say. So, it's all good.
Medios, altruistas, influencers, comunidad latina, comunidad venezolana aquí en Estados Unidos, apoyarme en esta campaña para repatriar el cuerpo de mi hermano y descanse en nuestro país. Señores, cuando la violencia provoca silencio, entonces estamos haciendo algo malo. Esta es la lucha de pocos, de los que estamos aquí, por el futuro de muchos. Buenas tardes y que Dios los bendiga. Gracias.
I'm going to briefly summarize Sonny Mad's testimony.
Man, all these maggots are the same. They're all just like Donald Trump. They can't take no for an answer.
Sonny Mad Maria Arenas Hernandez is a sister of Jesus Manuel. She shouldn't be here today. She shouldn't have to have come from Georgia all the way to the halls of Congress. But here she is, because Jesus Manuel, her brother, was tragically died, and I would say tragically killed in ICE custody on July 13 while being transferred from Irwin Detention Center to the Folkestone Detention Center in Georgia. First of all, he should never have been there. On July 9th, ICE came to their house and they took Jesus Manuel away from their family, leaving their family shocked and traumatized. As Sonny Mad mentioned, they implored that they not take him, that he needed his medication. But of course, those agents, they don't have humanity. They didn't care. They needed to meet Tom Homan's quota. And so they didn't listen to the police. They also ignored their request to at least allow him to take his medication with him, only allowing him one medication of the 4 that he needed. Jesus Manuel later told them on a phone call that ICE did not even give him the medication that he needed. He went without medication during his detention until he finally tragically died in the hands of ICE. Sonny Mad came here because her brother's voice and that image and that moment continues to relive in the lives of her family, of community, and they want and demand justice for Jesus Manuel. They want an independent investigation into his death. And Sonny Mad said she is 100% certain that he did not receive the proper care. And he died because of the neglect and the negligence of ICE and detention center. So today she deeply mourns the passing of her brother in such a cruel manner. A brother that today should be alive with her family. And it is why she came all the way here to these halls of Congress, seeking justice for him and for every single person that has died in the hands of ICE in detention. She's here because she doesn't want any other family member to go through what she and her mother and her family are going through today. Because she knows that what happened to Jesus Manuel should not happen to anyone. She said her brother Jesus Manuel was just 45 years old. He was a loving son, a brother, an uncle, and a caring, hardworking man from Venezuela who came to this country seeking better opportunities. He worked and he loved his community. He loved his family. He loved his neighbors. His tragic death has left his family with a deep, immense sorrow and emptiness. And so she asked that her family be supportive with the GoFundMe, and so many GoFundMes have gone up now just to help support the loved ones and to bury those that ICE has killed. I would say to you that ICE should be paying for all the costs associated with the burial of Jesus Manuel and the support to the family. But Jesus Manuel had asked in a little note if he'd ever die, that he be returned to Venezuela and to die and to be laid by the shores of the beautiful country he had to escape. For Sonny Mad, para Sonny Mad, escuchamos el grito de tu familia. We hear the outcry of your family, and we have to melt ICE so that no more Jesus Manuels die in this country. To speak a little bit more about this work, I'm going to now introduce Benita Jane, the Senior Advisor in Federal Policy Council for Immigrant Defense Project.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And I cannot even imagine, what your family is going through. Policy Council for the Immigrant Defense Project, we have been working for the last 3 decades to uphold a simple but indispensable truth, that every person deserves human dignity. 23 years ago, Congress arbitrarily created the Department of Homeland Security, including ICE. And we know now that ICE is the largest policing force in this country and has more money than many of the world's militaries. It terrorizes wherever it goes, leaving separated families and broken communities. And let me be clear, this agency is rotten to its core. There's no amount of training, of body cameras, and of banning face masks that will fix this agency. Let's talk a little bit more about what this means for inner communities, when ICE is inner communities. Earlier this year, a young man was walking home from work in Westchester County, New York, when a cop looked at him, stopped him, claimed he had an unlawful open container, handcuffed him, took him to the police precinct, and then asked, "Do you have papers?" And then he called ICE. ICE came, arrested him, whisked him away very, very far from his family. And during this time, he lost his job. His brother passed away. And when he was finally released, he learned that that ticket for the open container that he supposedly had, that ticket was dismissed because that had not been the point to begin with. And this is what happens when ICE is in our communities, coercing local agencies to supercharge their ability to detain and deport as many people as they can get away with. When they're hanging out in our courthouses, near schools, in workplaces, on the streets, stripping people of due process as they go. Our country right now is in a pivotal moment. We keep hearing that, right? Americans don't want ICE on our streets, breaking car windows and murdering our neighbors. We don't want our loved ones disappeared into abusive ICE detention prisons. And we won't stand for tens of billions of dollars of our taxpayer dollars being diverted to prop up this abusive system instead of being used to make life better for all of us. Everyone deserves dignity and due process. It's time to end the ICE age.
I'd like to now introduce Samira Hafiz, did I get it right? Samira Hafiz, the Policy Director for Immigrant Legal Resource Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to start by sharing my deepest condolences to Solimar, her family, and her community for her loss. Thank you for coming here and sharing your story with us. My name is Samira Hafiz. I am with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, ILRC. The ILRC supports immigrant communities in California, Texas, DC, and around the country. 30 years ago, Congress passed 2 laws, EDPA and IRA, laws known in our communities as the harsh 1996 immigration laws. These 96 laws have torn apart our communities for 3 decades, criminalizing immigrants, expanding racial profiling and over-policing, and turbocharging the detention system. These legal tools created by Congress 30 years ago are what the Trump administration, Stephen Miller, and deadly armed ICE patrols taking over our streets are now using for the mass deportation scheme targeting immigrant communities and communities of color around the country. These are the tools being used to hijack local police.
Look at that guy. Yeah. He's got a Toronto's Blue Jays hat.
Yeah. Oh, look at him. He's got 2 Trader Joe's bags.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, that's our guy. That's our guy.
Follow him to his car. Let's go. Look at him. He's getting into trouble. Hey, where are you going today?
Hey, buddy.
Nice. You're an American citizen?
Oh, absolutely. United States, born and raised. They look, I'm as American as walnut pie, all right?
Walnut pie. You know what? Do me a favor.
Can you sing the Star Spangled Banner for me, please? No problem. Oh, a kind.
Whoa.
What's that say?
Is that a Canadian A or is that an East LA?
Oh, that's an East LA.
Immigration enforcement officers to line the pockets of the private prison industry by holding more people in deplorable conditions and to separate families through criminalization and deportation. Congress created these legal tools 30 years ago, and now we need Congress to join leaders like Representative Ramirez to take action now to put us on a path, a new and different way forward for the next 30 years. A way that recognizes the dignity of immigrant communities and allows our communities to grow and thrive. This begins with ending immigration detention and the expansion of immigration facilities and warehouses like those we see in California, in Texas, and around the country. This begins with taking the billions and billions of dollars handed to ICE and instead spending it on what our communities need. Things like healthcare, nutrition, education for all. We join our partners here today and our fierce leaders in Congress like Representative Ramirez in calling for an end to the ICE age. Melt ICE now. Thank you.
Thank you. We just got a couple more minutes here, but now I'd like to introduce Eli Williams, Sainz, the Director of Advocacy and Political Affairs for Bend the Arc Jewish Action.
Good morning. Congressman Ramirez, thank you for convening us, and just as a note only about the Congresswoman for having an immaculate record of understanding that we can't separate any of our safety from each other, that we're all bound up together. Tonight, Jews begin observing a holiday called Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is a religious day of mourning in Judaism. It commemorates the destruction of the first and second temples. And we are taught while we are commemorating this day that the destruction happened because we sinned, right? We earned it. And we read the book of Lamentations on Tisha B'Av because it is explicitly about the aftermath of the destruction of the first temple. And knowing all of that, you might reasonably expect the book of Lamentations to mourn while pleading for forgiveness and begging for a chance to redeem ourselves. But that is not at all what the book of Lamentations does. The chief argument of Lamentations, the goal of the text, is to make you look at suffering that is so egregious, so grounded in reality and in bodies and in blood, that it is unjustifiable, no matter the context. Lamentations never asks why the destruction happened. The text accosts you at the opening instead and demands, is it nothing to you, all you who pass by? Look and see if there is any pain like my pain. It is not about whether people followed the rules. It is about suffering so terrible that no one is able to look at it and say, yes, that is what should have happened here. And put another way, the main thesis of Lamentations, the word where we get the word lament from, is that no matter what you believe about the right way to organize a society, there is a kind of human suffering that is a deal breaker, that is a rupture of the highest order, and that has a quality of human pain that is inherently unacceptable no matter what. And that is the tradition I am bringing here to this conversation today. I am not here to debate whether ICE is efficient, whether it's targeted.
Yeah, that's a cool story here, Biel. Thanks for sharing.
Followed the correct procedures, or whether this regime has the right framework for its abductions. I am here because Soni Mar's brother is dead, and that is not okay under any circumstance, according to anyone of good faith and good conscience, because children are watching their parents get taken by jackbooted thugs in the middle of the broad daylight. Because as Lamentation says, panic and pitfall are our lot, and death and destruction abound. Because the torture and detention and disappearance of human beings is happening in our name, and we cannot look at that and say, yes, that is what should happen here. And while they are doing it, they are actively co-opting Jewish fears of anti-Semitism, and they are saying they are doing this to keep us safe, and we reject from the bottom of our hearts the idea that our safety is in any way supported by harming our neighbors, by destroying the lives of the people in our community. It is time once and for all to end ICE, to dismantle it. If we can dismantle the agencies that protect life in this country, we can dismantle this agency that tramples on it. It is time to melt ICE, to end the ICE age, and to once and for all dedicate our resources to the things that support human life and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. I'm ready to do that. And our last speaker is Anitza James. She is a U.S. Army veteran. She's the Vice Chair of LULAC, Military and Veteran Affairs.
I am here today because we don't want our brothers and sisters to be the next Jesus Manuel. We don't want our military families to be the next casualty of a detention facility neglect. America's strength has always come from its commitment to freedom, dignity, and opportunity, not from policies rooted in fear. Every family deserves the chance to live together in safety. Every person deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. And every community is stronger when we invest in people rather than division. Across our nation, we are witnessing a deeply troubling
Among the MAGAs, a lack of education is common, leading to a limited understanding of the world around them. This undereducation fuels their reliance on misinformation and conspiracy theories as they struggle to differentiate fact from fiction in their environment.
In detention of military spouses, parents of active duty service members, one in Chicago, and veterans, families, people whose only desire is to keep their families together while their loved ones continue to proudly serve this country with honor. No veteran or service member should have to defend our country overseas while fearing their own families will be separated at home. America made a commitment to those who wear the uniform. I did as an immigrant. America must fulfill that commitment. Freedom means that families stay together. Dignity means that every person is treated with humanity and respect, regardless of where they were born. LULAC is calling on our nation's leaders to act with compassion, uphold due process, and ensure that our military, families, and veterans are treated with the honor and the respect and gratitude that with their sacrifice that they have earned. Thank you.
So I just want to end this by saying the name of just a few people. Their lives mattered. Their families will be changed forever. The stain on this country will be permanent. But I want to say the names of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, of Juan Sebastián Guerrero, of the very first man that was killed by ICE under Trump 2.0, that some people have forgotten, but I'll never forget, Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, Alex Jeffrey Preddy, Renee Good, Keith Porter, Ruben Ray Martinez, Jaime Alanis Garcia, Roberto Carlos Montoya Valdez, Josué Castro Manuel, y José Manuel. I know that people are saying, you're radical, you want to melt ice. People are saying, well, what's going to happen with detention? I want to ask people to look at our history and also remember that we had a Department of Justice who would handle all immigration cases prior to 2003. I want people to remember that people weren't dying in the way that you see them dying right now. And there was a young man right after Juan Sebastián was killed in May, who, even after Tom Homan said, we're going to temporarily stop these traffic stops, was stopped. You know what he did? He did what my brother would do. He did what your sister would have done. He did what your mom would have done if she would have been stopped by ICE and looked a certain way. He tried to run away. And you know why he tried to run away? Because he was so afraid that when ICE agents that operate with impunity would take him, they would send him to a private detention center where he could die within days and never see his family ever again. So he did what he thought was what needed to be done so that he can live. And yet a semi-truck hit him and he still died anyway. We have to melt ice. Like, there is no excuse for any member of Congress who is too worried about a DC consultant and is not willing to stand up for their constituents and say enough is enough. So as we wrap up today and we talk about all of the people that continue to die and live in terror, over 6,000 children in detention, I want to also say that there's only 14 members of Congress who put their name on this bill to make this happen. So I want to thank them. I want to thank my Congress lead, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia, Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Congresswoman courageous, amazing, incredible warrior for justice, LaMonica MacGyver, Congresswoman Nidia Velasquez, Congresswoman Summer Lee, Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, Congresswoman Valerie Fouché, Congressman Danny Davis, and Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia. And I want you to notice that there are some names missing and some type of last names missing. So to all our white allies in Congress, this is a moment to join the movement to melt ice. I want to see your last names here as well. I want to thank the organizers, the family members who are fighting every single day to protect our immigrant neighbors from the pain of deportation or death at the hands of DHS. Your voices, your outcry, ese grito se escucha en esta mañana en este lugar. Because it is time for us to melt ice. So let me say to you, constituents, people all over the country, check out and see if your member of Congress has joined my bill to melt ice. It's called HR 7190. It's time to end detention. It's time to abolish ICE. And let me say that this member of Congress of Homeland Security is ready to dismantle the Department of Homeland Security too. And we're going to do it together because we will melt ice. We will end the ice age. And we will not continue to stand here talking about another person that has died in the hands of the Department of Homeland Security. So are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. Are we going to melt ice? Yes. Are we going to melt ice? Yes. Are we going to dismantle the Department of Homeland Security? Yes. Let's get to work. Thank you.
All right, they're hot on the case, guys. They're going to go dismantle ICE. Good job, senators. All right, what up, everyone? Hope you're all having a good Friday out there. So that's the end of that press conference that happened earlier. Let's go check out. There was like this hearing regarding the Delaney concentration camp. Trump that are participating in Trump's crimes against humanity. Feeding them moldy bread and maggots, denying them medical attention. All right, let's go check out this hearing regarding that. Let's see, something, I have it in the queue here somewhere. Delaney Hall. Let's see here. All right, here we go. All right. All right, let's get to the beginning. All right, here's the beginning.
Will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Welcome everyone today.
All right, so this is a hearing that happened recently. I think it was yesterday morning. Yeah, yesterday morning regarding Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center and Trump's crimes against humanity.
Welcome.
And him kidnapping people off the streets and violating everyone's civil rights and constitutional rights and racially profiling people and murdering people, innocent, hardworking people, execution style in cold blood.
Bring on Delaney Hall. We are now going to pledge allegiance to the flag, and we will continue to stand for a moment of silence for our fallen service members. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Remain standing.
now recognize myself for an opening statement. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. It's always a labor of love, and I know it takes time to get here, time to be here, time to get back, so we do appreciate all of you. We're here today because of a narrative that has been told over and over and over again for weeks. The narrative is that Delaney Hall, and by extension, all of these detention centers, are places of cruelty. It's just not true. That the people working there are starving, the detainees are hurting, they are being denied medical care, and they're being abused. I want to be very direct about this story. It's false. It's not true. It's not accurate. And the people telling it know it's false. They have seen the same things that I have seen. I can tell you because I've seen them with my own eyes. I walked the facility. I met with the staff, not just the routine zipping out. We were there a long time. And what I saw goes against all the narratives that you hear and that the Democrats have tried to say about this facility. Detainees there are served 3 meals a day and are evaluated by certified dietitians. I'm just going to go through the list. They have access to medical, dental, and mental health care. And if it's something more they can deal with, they have cooperative agreements with local hospitals. They get 24-hour emergency care whenever and wherever it's needed. And, you know, I'm a dentist, so I got a chance to talk to the dentist. The physician, the dentist I did not get a chance to speak with. Just as an aside, you know, there's this sense that, oh, they're not getting good medical care. He went into, and he can't show me private files, obviously, that's, you know, classified information between a physician and his patient, but told me about the people who had diabetes and never knew it, told me about individuals who had never been to a doctor before in their life and finally receiving medical care, people with high blood pressure, people with a variety of issues and illnesses that were receiving medications and prescriptions for them for the first time ever in their life. The Department of Homeland Security has said plainly that ICE holds these facilities to higher standards than most American prison, and that's what I saw. And I have to tell you, again, in my former life as a state senator, I was chairman of the Prison Gang Task Force, went into every facility in the state of New Jersey. Every one of them, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And let me tell you, they wish that those facilities look like this facility does, because this facility was far nicer. I originally went hoping it was as good as that, at least. It is far better. When members of this very body toured the facility, one of our Democratic colleagues, she doesn't want to say it now, but when they were in there, looked and said, in her words, it's a quote, "Gee, things aren't bad." That's all I'll say. State health inspectors went into the kitchen and found the sanitation and physical conditions satisfactory, free of any sign of vermin. This is the state of New Jersey, state health inspectors, very blue state, very Democratic state, sent their health inspectors in from the governor's office, and they said everything was good. That's not what they had to say about New Jersey prisons, by the way. Despite all of it, weeks of false claims being made by Democrats have drawn crowds to Delaney Hall. Crowds have thrown projectiles, they had set fires, they had blocked law enforcement vehicles, they blocked an ambulance, officers have been assaulted, more than 80 people had to be arrested. This is what false narratives produce, not only here, but in general. Chaos outside, danger for men and women who are really doing their job. They're simply doing what has been asked of them. And they are local folks from the city of Newark. It endangers the workers of the facility, most of whom, as I said, are Newark residents. So when the mayor of Newark and the governor of New Jersey pulls away the police or sparks anger among protesters, they endanger their own citizens. Again, where there is cooperation in many ways among county, state, local, and federal officials, we have very few problems anywhere in the country. It's where that cooperation doesn't exist that we have problems. ICE is not supposed to be doing crowd control. They should have help. They could have help. It's wrong that they don't get the help that they need. Democrats, on the other hand, continue to choose the side of illegal immigrants over the American people. Only a few weeks ago, they convened a field hearing to give voice to illegal criminal immigrants in detention at Newark. And I would ask them, when's the last time they convened a hearing for all of the American families across this great country who were victims? The mothers, the fathers, the children who lost their loved ones to a crime committed by somebody who was in this country illegally. When was the last time Democrats offered those families a hearing room? The people detained at Delaney Hall are not all random innocents. And, let me say this. I mean, for those of us that have sat here through hearings and you've seen children that will never be okay, and you've seen parents and families that will never be okay because their child was beaten, was raped, was murdered. There are no words for that. We just got to make sure it doesn't happen, and it's wrong. We knowingly and purposely, not we, but others, let these individuals into our country, and they shouldn't have. And they should be detained. And by the way, if it's so bad at Delaney Hall, just so you know, everybody has the option to self-deport. They will be helped if they want to self-deport. They want to leave, it's not good. They don't like the food, they don't like the housing, they don't like the recreation. I didn't even go into, by the way, the soccer fields. I didn't go into the gym that is better than, and I try to hit the gym every day, and I've been in a few nice gyms for many, many years. And this was up to any of them, anywhere that I've seen. So why the false narratives? Why would anybody do this? I know it's false. I've seen it with my own eyes. The people who are saying the false narratives know the truth, but they keep pushing the big lie. And all it does is create chaos. It fuels hostility towards law enforcement officers. It creates crime. It creates problem. It separates the country. It divides the nation. None of it is good. It should stop. We just want to keep our communities safe. We don't want more kids to die. We don't want more brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, families to be hurt. And by the way, there's the hunger strike. Oh, the food's so bad, they're making us eat maggots. Look at the food. They've got halal for those that are Islamic food. They've got kosher food. They've got, if you have different diseases or illnesses or health issues, they've got restricted diets. Anybody in a restricted diet, low salt diet, etc., can get what they need there. But there was a hunger strike. We're not eating. We're on a hunger strike. We're going to sacrifice. We're not going to eat. What did we find out? I don't know if you all know. No, they were eating. They were given money by outside forces. They were going to the commissary and they were getting their potato chips and Twinkies and, you name whatever else. And maybe it's New Jersey, so they were getting some good New Jersey pizza. I don't know, but they were getting plenty of food. And in fact, during that time of the supposed hunger strikes, the population went down 13% in Delaney Hall, but the food intake at the commissary tripled. They were eating good and they were eating a lot. So nobody's a victim here. Nobody's a self-sacrificial person. I don't know if they were eating healthy food. They would have been better off eating the food they were supposed to because it was pretty damn healthy. It was a balanced diet. By the way, everybody who's got a registered dietitian telling them what they should eat every day, raise your hand. They do, just so you know. I want to thank the witnesses for being here. I want to yield back. And now I want to recognize my friend, the ranking member, Ms. Crockett, for an opening statement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much to the witnesses that are here, as well as other colleagues that are sitting in the audience. We're back again for another edition of the Republican Party's Great Replacement Theory Therapy session, where all the white men of the House Judiciary Committee lecture Americans on the importance of mass deportations so that they preserve their so-called American values, like shooting and killing American citizens who are peacefully protesting, or stuffing hundreds of thousands of people into cages without proper nutrition or medical care. But nevertheless, in the time since our last hearing on this topic, more than 40 people have died while in ICE custody, of which 30% have died at a facility run by GEO Group, who happens to be the same private detention contractor that operates Delaney Hall. At multiple GEO facilities, individuals report dangerously substandard conditions, including mold, various outbreaks, including chickenpox, and insufficient food and water. Facilities operated by GEO have failed to comply with ICE's own national detention standards. In fact, on numerous occasions, the government found that GEO-run facilities had, quote, incompetent leadership, and that, quote, problematic medical care was occurring as a result, unquote. GEO has also been admonished by the courts, yet the chairman has not called anyone from the company to testify before this subcommittee, which is not surprising because they're pouring millions of dollars into Republican campaigns across the country. Let us play a game of follow the money, shall we? GEO Group has donated more than $1 million to Donald Trump's super PAC, nearly $1 million to Speaker Mike Johnson's super PAC, hundreds of thousands to John Thune's super PAC. So they spend millions to get Republicans elected around the country, and in return, they get federal contracts to operate detention facilities. Republicans in Congress ignore the fact that people are dying in their facilities because of inhumane conditions and potentially criminal negligence. Also, since our last hearing on this topic, ICE agents have killed 7 people, including the brutal murders of multiple American citizens. This is all occurring while DHS routinely violates federal law. In 2024, Congress passed a law that allows members of Congress to visit detention facilities without providing any prior notice. DHS has repeatedly violated this law. They have stopped members of Congress from entering detention facilities to conduct oversight visits. GEO Group and DHS have not only blocked members of Congress from entering their buildings, they have also blocked the state of New Jersey and the city of Newark from conducting their own oversight. The governor has called for the facility to be closed. The city of Newark has sued GEO. The New Jersey Attorney General successfully sued GEO so that health inspectors must be allowed into the facility. So a record number of people are dying in ICE's custody, mainly at facilities operated by GEO, and ICE is shooting and killing a record amount of people. Yet again, the chairman has failed to call any government official to testify before this subcommittee. No one from ICE, no one from CBP, no one from the DOJ, and no one from the White House. So Democratic members of Congress, like Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, have been conducting oversight themselves. In May of 2025, McIver was participating in a lawful congressional oversight visit at Delaney Hall with the mayor of Newark and other members of Congress. During the visit, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who wants to become the AG, ordered the violent arrest of Newark Mayor Ras Baraka. According to body cam footage worn by the violent federal officers, they arrested the mayor, quote, per the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. The federal agents also said that they would arrest anyone who would, quote, get in their way. The federal agents then violently assaulted the mayor, Rep. McIver, Rep. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and Rep. Menendez. Todd Blanche is now prosecuting Rep. McIver instead of DHS and GEO officials who continue to break the law while a record amount of people are dying in their facilities or being shot and killed by DHS agents on the streets in America. This is one of the many reasons why Todd Blanche should never become the Attorney General of the United States. Last week, during his Senate confirmation hearing, the acting Attorney General said aloud what everyone here already knows, that he serves as a president's attorney and not on behalf of the American people. Blanche blocked investigations into the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, He gave Trump and his sons a super pardon that gives them lifelong protection from any investigation, audit, lawsuit, or prosecution by any federal agency for any violation of federal law. He created the $2 billion fund to pay January 6 insurrectionists for attacking the Capitol. He's protecting the pedophiles and sex traffickers in the Epstein files. He's threatening reporters with prosecution. He's lied numerous times to federal judges and refused to abide by federal court orders. And just like the Republicans on this committee, he's part of the DHS cover-up that's using American taxpayer dollars to brutalize tens of thousands of people, even killing them. And when I say people, I'm talking about citizens and otherwise. If the Republicans really wanted to know what was happening at Delaney Hall or any other detention facility, they would push for unannounced congressional and independent oversight. Since the Republicans claim to be Christian, they should open their Bibles and read Ephesians chapter 5, verse 11, that states, quote, "Have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them." I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. It was a combination of a speech and a little sermon at the end. Great. With that, I will ask the chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for this hearing. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. The chairman's been there. The chairman talked about the false narrative. He's been there and seen it for himself. But the reason the Democrats don't want to talk about anything other than this, some of the things brought up by the ranking members in her opening statement, is because they want to take the message away from what they've done. And I've said this in many hearings. I'll continue to say it. Step one, let in 10 million illegal migrants in the Biden administration. Have no border. Step two, create sanctuary jurisdictions, which makes it difficult to remove those illegal migrants when they commit another crime. And then step three, don't pay the guys, don't fund the guys to do the removing. They shut down the government twice, two longest shutdowns in history, because they didn't want to pay ICE agents, didn't want to pay federal law enforcement to do their job. 18 cities, 11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions. That represents almost a third of the country, where the politicians tell local law enforcement, don't work with federal law enforcement when it comes to enforcing federal law. That is just dumb. I will continue to say that is stupid. Not letting law enforcement work together to protect communities. And we have had witness after witness. One of the most powerful ones I've ever seen was Jessica Gorman 2 weeks ago, who came and talked about what happened to her daughter in Chicago, student at Loyola University, out for a walk and gets attacked and killed by an illegal migrant who had committed another crime and was out on bail in that sanctuary jurisdiction. So they want to talk about anything else except what's going on. And oh, by the way, these prosecutors like Mr. Krasner, Mr. Descano, Alvin Bragg, all these prosecutors who thought not just those 3 steps, let in 10 million, create sanctuary jurisdictions, don't fund the guys who do the removing. The 4th step is we're going to treat illegal migrants who commit a crime, we're going to treat them better than American citizens who commit the same crime. Because they all have policies that say we will take into account the immigration status, deportation status of the migrant who committed a crime. When we determine what kind of charges we're going to bring and what kind of plea agreement we're going to have. That is ridiculous as well. That is stupid as well. And frankly, I think unconstitutional. So that's why we have these hearings, to highlight and underscore how ridiculous it is in now what represents almost a third of the country in these sanctuary jurisdictions. We have passed legislation on this committee. I hope sometime soon the bill passes the House, moves to the Senate, and actually becomes law, because a third of the country would be much better off if we got rid of this concept. And with that, again, I thank the chairman for his work, for going there, and for this hearing, and we yield back.
Thank the chairman, and I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by recognizing 2 of our colleagues in the audience, Representative LaMonica MacGyver, who represents New Jersey 10, and Representative Rob Menendez, New Jersey 8, who are with us today. We're talking about exactly what the majority wants us to talk about, because they control the agenda. They've called this hearing, and we've been responding to them. The ambiguous title of today's hearing, False Narratives Surrounding Conditions at the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center, naturally invites the question of whether the majority is seeking to debunk false narratives or entrench false narratives. One clue is the title does not refer to facts at all. Another is the majority has neither organized a committee visit to Delaney Hall, which we easily could have done, nor even undertaken the basic step of inviting an actual administration witness from ICE or the Department of Homeland Security to be with us here today to answer questions from members of Congress. That doesn't sound much like an intensive fact-based investigation to me. ICE and Homeland Security have been concocting false narratives to mask the inhumane conditions at Delaney Hall and other ICE detention facilities since Stephen Miller and Donald Trump launched their 2,000 arrests a day quota onslaught against American communities and immigrants. An entire ecosystem of lies and corruption now governs at ICE and DHS, where hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars were spent by Kristi Noem on lavish private jets, complete with bedrooms and wet bars, and narcissistic public relations campaigns where no-bid government contracts are passed out to MAGA donors like Mar-a-Lago party gift bags, and where obscene corruption is stacked on top of obscene cruelty. DHS officials routinely lie to federal judges about institutional conditions and practices. They and their lawyers have been caught over 800 times brazenly defying court orders and lying to federal judges and magistrates. They are routinely excoriated in court for their lawlessness and their betrayal of the legal profession, but with no apparent effect on their behavior. American citizens like the people in this room have been held illegally for weeks by ICE. American citizens have been beaten, bloodied, and killed simply for exercising their First Amendment and their Second Amendment rights in a way disfavored by the masked paramilitary forces of ICE. Good Chairman says, hey, if you don't like the wonderful accommodations at Delaney Hall offered by the Department of Homeland Security, you can just self-deport whenever you want. Actually, it's not true. Check out a federal district court decision handed down yesterday, Mr. Chairman, on July 21st in the United States District Court of the District of New Jersey, Marlon Andres Torres Gomez versus Luis Soto, Warden, Delaney Hall. Well, this is a case where a detainee of the deluxe accommodations got an agreement to get out on May 12th. May 12th, while he was in custody, and an immigration judge ordered that his self-deportation be allowed. And then it was set for June the 10th. And guess what? He had a plane ticket, he had an agreement with ICE, he had an agreement with Delaney Hall, and then they blocked him from leaving the country at the airport. Brought him back and said he was now in the custody of ICE all over again. Now, this district court opinion strikes that down and says it's an absolute violation of habeas corpus in the agreement that ICE made. So even if you assume that Delaney Hall has the kind of accommodations that Ghislaine Maxwell has down at the prison camp she was switched to by Todd Blanche when he liked what she had to say about Donald Trump's involvement with Epstein files, and then suddenly she got the deluxe Trump hotel treatment, including use of a therapy puppy, room service in her cell, and so on. Even if you assume that's going on with everybody at Delaney Hall, you can't get out. At least maybe they'll change their tune now with this court decision, but we've heard about other cases like this. And, you know, one of the officers suggested to me that the reason why there are really bad conditions at some of these facilities is because Stephen Miller and Donald Trump want people to leave. They don't want them to have their day before an administrative judge, and they want to make it as miserable as possible for people, so they self-deport. And so I leave it to the judgment of members of the committee whether that's the way that America should be treating people in this situation. Nonetheless, Delaney Hall is a detention facility owned and operated by Geo Group, a private for-profit prison contractor that has a $1 billion government contract to operate this facility for people being held on civil immigration charges. Roughly 90% of the 891 people detained at Delaney Hall in April had no criminal record. By DHS's own accounting, 90% had no criminal record. Of the 1 in 10 detainees who did have a criminal record, the most common offenses were traffic violations. In May of this year, 300 detainees launched a hunger and labor strike. They described being treated like animals. They and their lawyers reported meals of rotten meat, expired meals, meals with worms in them. Senator Andy Kim, our former House colleague, who conducted unannounced oversight visits of the facility, reported seeing milk so spoiled it had curdled completely. Detainees say the water is foul-tasting and undrinkable. People were forced to sleep on floors due to overcrowding, and as billions of dollars of taxpayer money are pocketed by corporations in lavish inside contracts, detainees experience poor ventilation, extreme cold in winter, scalding showers, physical abuse by guards, and a shortage of basic necessities. The medical conditions of detainees are alarming. Lynn Harris, a detainee with glaucoma, anemia, high blood pressure, and circulation problems, was denied her medications because facility officials called her care cosmetic. Senator Kim met with a pregnant detainee who was not receiving appropriate OBGYN care. Another woman received no medical attention after she'd had a miscarriage. Delaney Hall is not an isolated case. Across the country, the bureaucratic indifference of ICE and extravagant profiteering of its corporate partners create ghastly conditions in many cases. In a New Mexico center, a detainee experiencing unbearable dental pain that had been left untreated for months despite repeated requests to see a dentist, Mr. Chairman, pulled out his own tooth. In Texas, the converging indifference of Kristi Noem and the sadistic incompetence of RFK Jr. produced an epidemic outbreak of measles at Camp East Montana, ICE's largest detention center in the state, which then contributed to the measles pandemic already raging in Texas. According to the Associated Press, detainees report that even the most basic care is denied there. A gauze bandage to protect an open foot wound, prenatal care for a high-risk pregnancy, a pillow to ease the pain of sleeping with advanced stomach cancer, sanitary pads for postpartum bleeding. All of these are complaints that have been filed with the facility. Since the administration took office, more than 50 people have died in ICE custody. More have died in custody in 2025 than in any year in the last 2 decades. The rate of death in ICE custody is spiking because the conditions are simply worse than they've ever been before. ICE and DHS traffic in lawless violence, propaganda, and disinformation to mask all the corruption and cruelty which are the daily bread of the system. In Minneapolis, ICE and Border Patrol agents shot dead Renee Good and Alex Preddy in broad daylight at point blank range, and then defamed both of these innocent Americans, one a mother of 3, another a VA nurse, by labeling them domestic terrorists. The new regime at DHS under Secretary Mullen, well, the jury is still out, but we haven't seen much change yet. Just weeks ago in Texas, an ICE officer killed Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a construction worker who lived and worked in America without any incident. No criminal convictions or charges for 35 years. Federal law enforcement tried to justify the killing by saying officers found suspicious substances in his car. The suspicious substance turned out to be salt. In Maine, just a week later, an ICE officer with a history of psychological issues and domestic violence, he threw his 13-year-old daughter through a glass table, fatally shot 26-year-old Johann Sebastian Guerrero, the father of a 3-year-old girl whom he treated like a princess, according to her mother. At what point do we say enough is enough? The government isn't targeting the worst of the worst. It's behaving like the worst of the worst. DHS agents are arresting kindergartners, daycare teachers, and parents dropping off children at school. Roving gangs of officials are abducting children from their beds in the middle of the night or using them as bait in order to catch and arrest their frantic parents. DHS is rounding up workers with lawful status working at small businesses as roofers, plumbers, landscapers, farmhands, and nurses. They're arresting refugees who went through stringent vetting to come here in targeting immigrants who are following the law by showing up at their court hearings and ICE check-ins? At what point will we finally say enough to this? This is not America. So, my friends, I'm happy to hear about what's happening in Delaney Hall. I should think we should do investigations about all of the detention centers across the country where people are complaining. But this is a nation that's built on immigration, except for the descendants of people who were brought here, kidnapped, abducted, and turned into slaves. And except for the Native Americans, all of us are descendants of immigrants. And the vast majority of people being held in these facilities are not criminals of any variety. And we should get back to the rule of law in America and remember the Statue of Liberty. And remember what Tom Paine said when he got here in 1774. He said, if this nation lives up to its values and ideals, it will become an asylum to humanity. Not an insane asylum, but a place of refuge for people seeking freedom from religious and intellectual and political repression from all over the world. Let's get back to the America that still lives in our hearts. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I respect the ranking member, and I mean it, I do. I don't have the opportunity to respond to all that right now because of the rules, but I want to say I thoroughly and robustly disagree with you. And I think there's a lot to go through there, but I just do not believe that that is accurate from what I have seen with my own eyes. And I'll still put that out there. So anybody wants to get a certified lie detector and put me on it, put those folks that said they saw all this on it, and we'll see what happens. With that, without objection, all their opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Andrew R. Arthur. Mr. Arthur is a resident fellow in law and policy at the Center for Immigration Studies. He previously served as a staffer to this committee, the Oversight Committee, and as an immigration judge with the Department of Justice. Mr. Art DeQuato. I said that correctly, right? I swear. Mr. DeQuato is a border security advisor at the Federation for American Immigration Reform. He previously served for more than 2 decades as a Border Patrol agent. Always good to hear from people on the ground who really have seen and heard it. Mr. Scott Mikowski. Mr. Mikowski is a retired law enforcement officer who served more than 24 years with what was then called the Immigration and Naturalization Service and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. When he retired, Mr. Mikowski was serving as the Deputy Director of ICE in New York City. And Mr., I want to try to say it right, Amal Sinha? Good. Mr. Sinha is the Executive Director of the ACLU, New Jersey. He previously worked at the Innocence Project and with the New York Civil Liberties Union. We will begin by swearing you all in. Please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Mikowski, you may begin.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for this opportunity to appear in front of you today. For more than 24 years, I served in the federal government with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Legacy Immigration Naturalization Service. I retired as the Deputy Director in New York City in 2018. I ran detention centers during that time in ICE. I personally managed hunger strikes, in-custody medical emergencies, and I also oversaw correctional facility inspections. I spent more than 3 decades in the U.S. Army, including as a non-commissioned officer in charge of a theater internment facility in Camp Cropper, Baghdad. I ran a detention facility in a war zone. So when I tell you how a place like the Delaney Hall actually works, I'm not theorizing. I'm describing what I did for a living. The views that I offer are my own, and they are not of ICE. Let me start with what the critics have been driving this hearing will not say out loud. Detention standards are not aspirational. Delaney Hall runs under enforceable national detention standards that are inspected, audited by multiple entities and written down. When a detainee declares a hunger strike, there's nothing left for the officer's discretion. It triggers a written protocol. Medical referrals, daily monitoring, weigh-ins, a paper trail at every step. The facts are all available to you. They're written down. Congress can conduct oversight to reveal the real truth. Instead of manufacturing hoaxes for partisan gain, the record will not support the allegations that brought us here today. And I'll start with the hunger strike. DHS reported that commissary sales at Delaney Hall nearly tripled while it was supposedly underway, from $11,500 the week before May 26 to more than $30,000 the week before January 1st. People who are starving themselves in protest do not triple commissary spending. It is not a hunger strike when the detainee refuses meals at chow time, only stuff his face with hot Cheetos and Twinkies in his dormitory at night. Taking overcrowding. When social unrest started outside Delaney Hall, the claims of overcrowding fed that false narrative. It contributed to the anger. Delaney Hall is built for 1,000 beds. The population on that day was 766 on May 25th. When these claims first surfaced, it fell to 521 detainees by June 15th. That's barely half full. Take the food. New Jersey State Health Inspection, June 8th, found the kitchen sanitary, satisfactory, no evidence of rodents or vermin.
Hey, what's up, Pat Valenzuela? Thank you for your comment. You are absolutely correct. Yep. Immigrants built this country.
Accommodates religion.
Hope you're having a good Friday.
The border czar showed up unannounced and ate the same meal served to detainees every day and stated it was fine. Let's take the history of Delaney Hall. This building operated as an ICE detention site from 2011 to 2017. New Jersey's leaders said nothing. The standards haven't changed. The building hasn't changed. What changed is who sits in the White House. The double standard runs deeper. Last year, 33 people died in ICE facilities nationwide. In New Jersey's own prisons, an average of 48 die every single year. From 2018 to 2024, yet no one marched outside any one of those state prisons. And this is never about conditions at Delaney Hall. And it's not about the money, because New Jersey has never minded the state taking our money. The state has collected more than $4 million fiscally in 2024 to hold criminal aliens in its own Department of Corrections, and roughly $5.8 million in state criminal aliens assistance programs. Delaney Hall also supports 300 union jobs, which brings an estimated $50 million in the local economy activity. And the owners of the facility pay property taxes to the city of Newark, and they're steep. The state cashes every single check. Then it drives to the gate for the cameras. And what gets sold to the public as a peaceful protest is really nothing else. It's a coordinated activity meant to obstruct federal law enforcement and to cease operations. Newark has told its own police not to respond to calls at Delaney Hall. The Americans working inside that facility are taxpayers. They live and work in Newark and Essex County and are being denied police protection for doing a lawful job. The men and women at Delaney Hall enforce the laws that this Congress wrote under the standards stricter than any American jail that hold American citizens. They deserve better and to be used as props. So let's do facts. This is a tell on how the critics operate. Senator Booker announced his visit on social media. Senator Kim came for a meeting. Congressman Rob Menendez and Congressman Watson Coleman turned the anniversary of their own visit into a bill signing and rollout video in front of Delaney Hall. Congressman McIver is currently under federal indictment on 3 counts, including 2 felonies for allegedly assaulting and impeding federal law enforcement officers at this facility.
I'm so sorry, but your time has expired. If you could just wrap it up in a sentence or two.
Yep. Well, I want to take the moment and stop this and say, when you want a moment, you bring a podium and a camera. Let's stop with the theatrics, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Mikowski. Mr. Del Cueto, you may begin.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. It is a privilege to be here. My name is Art Del Cueto. I spent my career on the front lines of immigration enforcement and also served as a corrections officer in the state of Arizona. I now am a Board of Security Advisor for the Federation for American Immigration Reform, and I'm here today because what is happening at Delaney Hall is part of something much larger and far more sinister than any facility in Newark. For 4 years, the Biden administration operated a deliberate anti-border policy, enabling millions of illegal aliens to enter our country. Between fiscal year 2021 and 2024, CBP encountered more than 170,000 illegal aliens with criminal warrants or convictions at our borders. On top of that, nearly 2,000 suspected terrorists and over 1.7 million special interest aliens from countries posing potential national risks were encountered. Illegal aliens who should have been detained in facilities like Delaney Hall and removed were instead released into the American communities. The consequences were devastating and could have been avoided. Sheridan Gorman, Jocelyn Nungaray, and Laken Riley, among others, were killed by illegal aliens that should have been in detention facilities instead of roaming the streets. And while violent crime is the most visible consequence of illegal immigration, it is far from the only one. Illegal immigrants impose considerable costs on every American taxpayer, every American renter, and every American worker competing for employment in the sectors most affected by illegal alien labor, not to mention the enormous strain on our public benefits. The Trump administration is now working to reverse that damage by strengthening and expanding detention capacity, and these efforts are working, which is exactly why these anti-border radicals are increasingly desperate. The allegations against Delaney Hall simply do not hold up to the facts. During the period when a hunger strike was claimed to be going on, commissary sales at that facility surged 161%. White House border czar Tom Homan visited unannounced and ate the same food as detainees and reported they were ordering from the commissary in their cells. The facts are that ICE provides 3 dietitian-approved meals a day, on-site medical care, and access to family and counseling. It's not only activists spreading these lies, it's elected officials and members of Congress. In May 2025, New York Mayor Ras Baraka was arrested after attempting to force his way into Delaney Hall facility. Congresswoman LaMonica McKeever was also charged following the incident. Many more have repeated their calls to abolish ICE. New Jersey Governor Mike Sherrill was forced to acknowledge that the extreme elements in these protests and that many of the so-called protesters were not even from New Jersey. In response to her call for demonstrators to bring the temperature down, the Democratic Socialists of America New Jersey chapter and the Climate Revolution Action Network of New Jersey responded by declaring, "We're going to turn up the noise." The goal of this movement are clear. DSA supports abolishing ICE and the end of all immigration detention. New York City Mayor supports abolishing ICE. Sitting members of Congress also agree. Make no mistake, the radical anti-border crowd is increasingly setting the agenda. These are not reasonable critiques or policy alternatives. They are blatant attacks on the U.S. sovereignty and immigration enforcement itself. This type of rhetoric from our elected officials not only raises the temperature, it emboldens protesters into confrontations and incites more violence. Continuing to liken ICE officers to Nazis will continue to lead to the radical taking matters into their own hands. Since the beginning of President Trump's second term, DHS has documented a 1,300% increase in assaults on ICE agents, 3,200% increase in vehicular attacks, and 8,000% increase in death threats. Why are these radical activists and politicians targeting Delaney Hall and other detention facilities? It's simple. Detention works. More illegal aliens are opting for voluntary departure, and border crossings have dropped dramatically since President Trump took over office. Without detention, the message to every would-be border crosser is that there are no consequences. The smear campaign against Delaney Hall is part of a broader assault on immigration enforcement and on the men and women in uniform, like those who I proudly served with in the United States Border Patrol. They are tasked with carrying out the job that Congress gave them through their immigration laws. I encourage Congress to stand with the men and women of ICE and the men and women of Border Patrol and support them in doing their jobs, not incite more violence. Thank you again for this opportunity. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your service, and we will now move to Mr. Arthur.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, Ranking Member Raskin, Mr. Johnson, thank you for inviting me here today. First, a confession. I've never been to Delaney Hall, and I've never toured the facility to assess any of the allegations that have been made about it. That said, for more than 8 years, including 6 as a staffer for this committee, I exercised oversight jurisdiction over ICE detention facilities and visited many. In addition, I served for an additional 8 years as an immigration judge at the York County Prison in Pennsylvania, which contracted with ICE for detention space. I walked the facility, I ate in the dining hall, and I worked out in the weight room. Consequently, I am intimately familiar with how ICE detains aliens and the national detention standards under which it operates. As the Third Circuit described it last year, the elephant in the room today is the fact that state and local officials in New Jersey oppose immigration detention in the Garden State. First, the legislature enacted AB 5207 to prohibit entities there from contracting with ICE to run detention facilities. The Third Circuit subsequently concluded that this law, as applied to ICE's Elizabeth detention facility, was an improper attempt to, quote, dictate the manner in which the federal immigration function is carried out, close quote, in a violation of the doctrine of intergovernmental immunity. Such efforts have continued, however, and shortly after GEO announced it would be opening Delaney Hall for ICE detention, the mayor vowed to padlock, quote unquote, the facility, and then the city sued GEO, complaining Delaney Hall didn't receive proper permits and local officials had been denied access. GEO was requested the case be dismissed because ICE wasn't added as a party, but in any event, it appears city inspectors have subsequently been allowed access. Nonetheless, in June, the state sued GEO, contending health inspectors had been denied, quote, full access, close quote, to Delaney Hall when they arrived in response to conditions there. In response, DOJ complained about the politicization of the issue while also contending ICE has, quote, authorized access to the facility for a reasonable and appropriate inspection pursuant to the state's written request, close quote. Both cases are ongoing. The key constitutional federal doctrines, as I laid out in my written testimony, will govern the court's resolution of each. Most notable is what I talked about before, intergovernmental immunity, a principle under which state attempts to regulate the federal government directly or state actions that discriminate against the U.S. government or those with whom it deals are invalid. While those doctrines may invalidate state action, they cannot and should not restrict federal oversight, including and especially congressional oversight. Such oversight, as I explained at the outset, was my stock in trade for more than 8 years. But both my bosses and I were, some of whom are surrounding us today, were always conscious of performing it in such a way so as not to impede the very functions that we were investigating. That was particularly true when it came to immigration detention. The security of facilities and the safety of the officers and detainees therein was always paramount, and I was always willing to comply with reasonable restrictions imposed on me when touring the facilities, and I continue to believe, with due respect, that is the appropriate policy. Skepticism, of course, is the best policy when conducting oversight, and there's always a danger that what Congress is being told isn't the full truth. There are, however, numerous safeguards built into the system to ensure that problems aren't hidden and the legislative branch is not deceived. By my count, 5 congressional committees oversee ICE detention, to say nothing of the DHS Inspector General, other internal watchdogs, Office of Professional Responsibility, etc., the Government Accountability Office, the media, and internal whistleblowers. Moreover, ICE's detention standards are contractual and as enforceable as any contract, and the agency expects performance. I understand that many oppose immigration detention, but I'll also note that the first law passed this Congress was the Laken-Riley Act, which mandated detention and empowered the states to sue to ensure it occurs. You can understand why ICE officers in New Jersey and elsewhere feel like they're getting whipsawed by this body. Finally, even if local politicians successfully forced ICE detention out of New Jersey, that doesn't mean aliens would be released. Instead, they'd be sent far away from their families and their lawyers, and that would not make their cases or their plights any easier. Again, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur. Mr. Sinha, you may begin.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, Committee Chair Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amol Sinha. I lead the ACLU of New Jersey. For over 105 years, the ACLU has fought against abuses of power for the civil rights and liberties of all Americans under both Democratic and Republican administrations alike. We've represented individuals and institutions across the ideological spectrum, recently including a supporter of President Trump's in New Jersey, the NRA, Black Lives Matter leaders, students, veterans, and many more, all with one common goal: to uphold the promises of the Constitution. I'm here today to share what people in New Jersey and across the country are facing at the hands of an agency that has acted with no accountability for far too long. In just the past 2 weeks, 2 fathers were shot dead by ICE agents. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was gunned down in the streets of Houston. Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero was killed outside his family nearby, still in her bluey pajamas. These killings happened in broad daylight, in front of witnesses, with cell phone cameras rolling. And this is what happens when the whole country is watching. What confidence can we possibly have behind the locked doors of a facility like Delaney Hall? I want to address the premise of this hearing directly. Its title suggests that reports of maltreatment at Delaney Hall are a false narrative. That claim does not survive contact with the record. The people detained at Delaney Hall have told us in their own words, and I quote, "They tell us we have no rights here." I met with an individual recently detained there. When he arrived, the food smelled so rancid, he didn't eat for 3 days. When he finally ate to avoid starving, he was in severe pain. He asked a guard for a doctor. The guard said that he only spoke English and couldn't help. It took 7 more days for a doctor to finally see him. And by the time he was released, the pain was so severe that he ended up in the hospital for a week, requiring surgery for a serious GI condition that he developed while in detention. I wish I could tell you that his case was unusual, but I could sit here and tell you about the man denied his wheelchair for 40 days. The 18-year-old denied the ability to finish high school on time. A husband who lost so much weight that even lying down became physically painful. This is the pattern. The lack of access to medical care, the coercion to sign purportedly voluntary departure agreements, the unsanitary conditions and inedible food, the broken air conditioning in 100-degree temperatures. Every person I've spoken with, every letter that has come out of that facility tells some version of a similar account. When these individuals saw no other option, hundreds of them engaged in a hunger and labor strike for weeks to call attention to the injustices. And I think we can all agree on a simple truth. No one should have to starve themselves for the government to recognize their humanity. In turn, ICE responded with pepper spray, solitary confinement, and punitive transfers. People are dying at these facilities at an alarming rate. More than 50 people have died in ICE custody under this administration, the deadliest period on record. John Wilson Brutus died in ICE custody after 1 day of being detained at Delaney Hall. ICE is sending a chilling message to every family in New Jersey and across the country. Being an immigrant and exercising your solidarity with immigrants is unsafe. The Trump administration has told us repeatedly that ICE is going after the worst criminal offenders and claims that who's detained in facility like Delaney Hall are exactly those folks. In fact, this administration's own data undercuts that false narrative. Over 70% of the people held at Delaney Hall have no criminal history whatsoever. Nearly 90% have no criminal conviction. 84% don't have a final order of removal. We're spending billions of taxpayer dollars detaining people who pose no threat to the public, while Geo Group pockets over $60 million a year from Delaney Hall alone. Delaney Hall is not an outlier. This year alone, there have been at least 6 other hunger strikes in ICE facilities nationwide. When you pour billions of dollars into a detention infrastructure that's already riddled with abuse, with no oversight, it comes at a human cost. The people who participated in the hunger strike at Delaney Hall put their bodies on the line. We must act now. If this subcommittee is truly concerned about the narrative around Delaney Hall, there's a simple fix. End the cover-up by ICE and the Geo Group. If you want the truth about what's happening at Delaney Hall and every facility like it, open it up to independent, unannounced, uncensored oversight. Allow the press in, allow members of Congress in, allow advocacy organizations in for full access. Pass the Dignity for Detained Immigrants Act and conduct oversight as members of Congress are empowered to do. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I will yield 5 minutes to myself. It's come to my attention, Martin Soto. Some of you should know that name. He's the gentleman who led the hunger strike. Some folks were making him out to be a hero, the self-sacrificial man who loved America so much and these poor immigrants and so forth. So we have just gotten some information about him, and everybody can check this out. It's all accurate. He's a Peruvian national. He was supposedly picked up while purchasing some diapers, according to his wife. Well, here's the real deal. The documents that we've obtained by the committee on February 2nd, Soto was incarcerated at Hudson County Correctional Center in Kearney, New Jersey, which is just outside Newark, New Jersey. Soto was arrested by Kearney police the previous day on February 1st, 2026, for a charge of domestic violence. He committed assault, purposely causing bodily injury, specifically by using his hands, open and close, to strike his wife in the face, causing scratches and cuts to her face and neck. He also placed a hand over her mouth so she couldn't scream while she was being beaten. He ain't my hero. It's not what I call a hero. It's the guy who led the hunger strike. And that's the point I want to make, man. I just think that folks are on the wrong, some folks, my friends to the left, physically and actually, I guess, philosophically here, I think they're on the wrong side of this. I really do. I mean, there are good people and people that aren't so good. I'm getting real basic here. Bad people need to be incarcerated. We need to keep good families and good people safe. The chairman just, listed a whole number of people. We can go through. I don't want to bore you with all the families, people just like you, men and women and children that have been hurt, lives lost. It's horrible. Why is it always that the other side is on their side? I don't get it. I do not get it. I don't understand it. But for one, I'm not going to tolerate it because it's wrong. So I want to just, segue a little bit into something else, but it's all related because we all hear all this law enforcement, no more ICE, no more law enforcement. There are some of those now on the other side of the aisle. I'm not saying these folks here, but there are people that want to abolish ICE completely, want to abolish law enforcement, abolish prisons, abolish corrections. Do you all, and I'm going to ask the three of you, and if you want to answer, you can too. It's going to be very quick answers because I'm used up a lot of time already. The July 20th attack outside 26 Federal Plaza, does that reflect an increasing threat to federal immigration facilities and the personnel who work there, who I feel sorry for? In other words, these folks are at risk. They're just doing their job. They're the good guys. They're being responsible, trying to do their job, and they're at risk of violent attack, in my opinion. Mr. Mikowski, in a few words.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, 100%. Everybody knows that 26 Federal Plaza houses ICE and other federal agencies, and just an example of what we dealt with every day in New York City.
Man, we've got people in leadership that fire these people up, that go over there and cause all this havoc and hurt other people in law enforcement. I mean, it's hard to be at any level of law enforcement these days. It's even hard I spoke to some of the state troopers, and they can't say anything on the record in New Jersey. They were doing a great job. And because the left didn't want them there anymore, they were doing a great job and everybody was working together. ICE was safe, they were safe, the people inside were safe. They were pulled away because they didn't want that. One chaos. Mr. Del Cueto.
Yes, sir, absolutely. That and other attacks that have also happened at ICE facilities in the last several months are a direct result of that.
The words we use, the inflammatory rhetoric. God help us. Mr. Arthur, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I will refer back to the 100-year sentence that was handed out for the mastermind of the attack at the Alvarado detention facility in Alvarado, Texas. These are serious crimes. They're a danger. When I served, I was threatened. I could talk about it in a more private setting if you'd like. But yeah, it's a real problem. It's always been a real problem. And
it's getting worse. Yeah. Mr. Sinha, quickly, just to show I'm fair.
Chairman, look, whenever somebody conducts a violent act, they are held accountable by the criminal legal system. I don't think it has to do with the words being used.
I don't, forgive me, but I don't believe that. I believe politics enters into it. I don't think they're always held liable. It depends where the process takes place. And in some of these blue cities and blue localities, they're not held responsible. And they're made out to be heroes. Violence against law enforcement has become popular, and it's wrong. And I'm tired of it. I think most Americans are too. And I'm over my time. With that, I will, ranking member remind me, yes, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Americans are getting tired of seeing each other shot down in the streets by rogue, renegade, reckless ICE agents. And this hearing is entitled False Narratives Surrounding Conditions at the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center. That was the topic of the discussion today. What we got from Mr. Arthur is a dissertation on the restrictions on state regulation of federal functions. I'm going to read your paper tonight as I put myself to sleep.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
And then not a single witness in here has testified that it's false that what's happening at Delaney Hall are overcrowded cells crammed with inmates. Not a single Republican witness refuted that. Not a single Republican witness commented about the denial of access to toilets and clean drinking water at Delaney Hall. Nobody talked about food being adulterated and unedible at Delaney Hall. Not a single Republican MAGA witness testified about the denial of medical care to detainees. And so the only person who testified about that was Mr. Sinha, and he told us of the horrors of what's going on inside Delaney Hall. And I suspect that the chairman, when he took his visit, he announced ahead of time that he was going. And so what did they do? They rolled out the red carpet for him and showed him exactly what they wanted him to see, and then probably fed him a steak dinner afterwards with a glass of champagne and a cigar. And so today he is here to tell you about what's going on at Delaney Hall. But I would exclaim to you that perhaps you should call my colleague LaMonica McIver, who is sitting here with us today, about 6 or 7 months pregnant. She and her husband expecting their second child, having to go through the trauma of a persecution by the Trump Justice Department, Todd Blanche Justice Department. But she's here. She's been on unannounced visits, and she could tell you exactly what's happening at Delaney Hall. She could back up what Mr. Sinha has said. But let me ask you, Mr. Murkowski, you've never worked for a for-profit corporation that runs for-profit detention facilities, have you?
Congressman, thanks for the question.
Have you, yes or no?
No.
And when's the last time you visited Delaney Hall?
When Delaney, before I retired, sir, before it closed in 2017.
Yeah, that's been what?
I don't know if you heard me.
Almost 10 years ago. What about you, Mr. Del Sueto? When's the last time you visited Delaney Hall?
Del Cueto, sir.
Del Cueto, I'm sorry.
I have not visited Delaney Hall.
Never in your life?
No, sir, but I have
So you have
been at various different immigration facilities that have detained
You
people.
have no personal knowledge upon which to reasonably conclude that the reports about cruel and inhumane and unusual or not unusual at Trump ICE facilities, you have no personal knowledge upon which you can reasonably conclude that what Mr. Sinha has reported about the conditions at Delaney Hall are true or false. Isn't that correct?
My personal knowledge would be from seeing other immigration detention facilities throughout my career.
Never been to Delaney Hall, though.
I haven't, but I've been to numerous other immigration detention facilities.
What you saw at your detention facilities, were those public or private, by the way?
They were both.
Always worked for public.
No, sir, they were both private and public as well as state-run facilities.
But you don't know what's going on at Delaney Hall. Let me ask Mr. Sinha. Mr. Sinha, can you tell us more about the 50 people who have died in ICE custody since Trump returned to office? And can you opine on the fact that 2026 is already the deadliest year in immigration detention since the Department of Homeland Security was founded?
Thank you for the question, Congressman.
I'll let you answer that question, and then the gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The number of deaths is disproportionate to even the increase of detention in this country. About the number of people detained across the country has increased by 77%, and also the deaths in custody have increased by 300%. So we're talking about a radical increase in the number of people that are being that are killed or dying while detained in immigration detention. That's right.
It's a shame that we are allowing that. Now, Geo Group,
Gentleman's time has expired.
But they were not called, and nor were ICE or Customs and Border Patrol, Customs and Border Protection.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Nobody called, just 3 guys with no personal knowledge. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I definitely did not get a red carpet, a cigar, champagne, or a steak dinner. But Hank, you should probably do all that for me with all the aggravation you give me on this committee. With that, I ask the gentleman, the chairman from the great state of Ohio.
Mr. Mikowski, is it easier to pick up a criminal on the street or at the detention center?
Congressman, thank you for the question. It's always safer facility to facility.
Yeah, it is, but that's what sanctuary jurisdiction is all about. You got a detainer notice. Federal government, federal law enforcement knows that the migrant in the detention center, the local detention center, entered the country illegally, but has been alleged to commit some other crime. But there's a detainer notice. Hold that guy. Let us come get him there instead of out on the street, right?
Yes, Congressman.
Yeah, and I mean, in just simple terms, I used the term earlier, but I don't know what anyone better. This is like really just. Do you think it's a dumb policy, sanctuary jurisdiction? You think it's just a dumb policy that these local jurisdictions have?
I think it's absurd.
Mr. Del Cueto?
I believe it creates a magnet for criminal behavior in our country.
Yeah, Mr. Arthur, what do you think? Think it's a bad idea?
It's a horrible idea. And when I started in immigration in the mid-90s, there were maybe a handful of sanctuary jurisdictions. But every police department wanted to hand criminals over to the INS to get them off of the streets.
Do sanctuary jurisdictions create tension between federal, state, and local law enforcement?
Without a doubt.
Yeah, Mr. Del Cueto?
Absolutely it does.
Mr. Mikowski?
Absolutely. Just look at New Jersey. He's a great example of that.
Yeah, and that doesn't help. All of this doesn't help, and I think some of you already talked about the safety concerns for law enforcement, for the public, and frankly, for the migrant, right? Jeopardize the safety of everyone when you have these policies in place. You all agree with that? Yeah.
Yes, Congressman.
And yet we have, again, we did the research, almost a third of the country, 31.5% of the country, because you got 18 big blue cities, 11 big blue states. You have this thing, and we've actually seen it play out. Denver, Colorado, illegal migrant who committed another crime in the detention center. The notice gets sent to the detention center. Will you hold this migrant until we get there? They stamp on the form. No, we're going to release him to the streets. An ICE agent was hurt while apprehending this individual on the street. Again, just ridiculous. Didn't need to happen. So again, we're going to keep talking about this. Oh, and the real concern too is that the ICE agent was hurt there, but the situations where it could have been prevented, the person is released to the streets, and then they go harm, in some cases kill, American citizens. And frankly, if that happens over in Fairfax County, Mr. Descano will take into account the person's immigration status. It's right in his policy when deciding what to charge that individual with. Just adding insult to injury, adding dumbness on top of dumbness. I mean, it's just like, that is crazy. So this is something that just has to change in the country. We talk about having safer streets and everything else for the public. This is just, it's just so wrong. And I think it's all part of the left's plan. Let in 10 million, as I said earlier, create sanctuary jurisdictions. Don't fund people like Mr. Mikowski, ICE agents, who go out there and enforce the law, and then have prosecutors who do their ridiculous charging and plea bargain decisions and create this unsafe environment. That is what the left wants today. That's what they're carrying out. And again, it makes absolutely no sense. So I want to thank the chairman for his good work on overseeing this and calling attention to what's going on at Delaney Center, where the left has said all these terrible things are happening, but he's visited there and just hasn't seen it. And I'll yield the last minute back to the chairman of the subcommittee for any questions or comments he has.
Well, I want to thank you. I think the chairman of the full committee makes a good point. And really to focus in plain English what people, so they understand it. Because we have sanctuary cities, states, jurisdictions, we let people out onto the streets, some of whom are violent, dangerous felons, get out. We don't cooperate with ICE. Therefore, ICE finds itself in the middle of dangerous situations where the illegal can get hurt, they can get hurt, or just people that are involved can get hurt. That's where the real fault is. If we did everything the right way, which you all are willing to do, we wouldn't have the issue. And quite frankly, that's why so many of the problems are in blue jurisdictions. We should have never let these people out. And I also would say Delaney Hall are not just a bunch of nice people. There may be some in there who aren't felons, but there are absolutely felons, drug dealers, rapists, violent people that are held there. We don't want them outside. And also, by the way, speaking about the conditions there, the Inspector General in New Jersey inspected the facilities, the state facilities in New Jersey, far worse. They have to stand while they eat, crowded conditions, temperatures that go into the 90s, but nobody says anything about them because it's a blue jurisdiction. It just isn't fair. And what's good for one should be good for the other. With that, I have a few UCs that I want to put in for the record from some local media. Delaney Hall menu options. Delaney Hall's menus options better than many Jersey school lunch choices. Fajitas, stir fry, barbecue chicken, seafood options provided to Delaney Hall. That was NJ.com. This is the New York Post. Inspectors finally got into the kitchen at ICE's Delaney Hall. Here's what they found, and it details the good conditions there. It's also NewJersey.com. The final test, boarders are Tom Holman ate the same meal as the detainees ate, and he did just fine. Delaney Hall snack purchases cast doubt on what was supposed to be a real hunger strike in reports. And that was also, I believe, I'm trying to see what that was. Fox News, thank you. Okay, with that being said, I think we are next. I'm going to recognize the ranking member of the full committee.
Thank you, kindly, Mr. Chairman. I think you just went over 2 minutes and 25 seconds, so I appreciate a similar courtesy from us.
That means he's going to talk a lot.
You've translated properly. Look, there's some things that we can all agree on here. We should take violent attacks on the police extremely seriously and reject it in every circumstance. Mr. Mikowski, you've spoken passionately against violent assault on the police. Do you think it's a good idea to pardon felons convicted of violently assaulting police officers without looking at their individual criminal record or the threat that they may still pose to society?
I'm sorry, Congressman, can you just repeat the question?
Do you think it's a good idea to pardon convicted felons who were convicted of violently assaulting police officers without consulting either their prior criminal history or the chances that they will reoffend?
Sir, that's up to the courts. I don't.
You have no position on that? How about you, Mr. Dokota? Do you think that's a good idea?
That would be up to the courts, sir, and it would be possibly a case-by-case basis.
Okay, Mr. Arthur, what do you think about this?
because it's a pardon, it's not actually up to the courts. It would be up to the executive in the state. Normally, I would argue against that, but I also think I know where your question's going. So yes, I would oppose.
All right, Mr. Sanan, what do you think about pardoning violent offenders who attack the police, brutalizing them in many cases, without consulting their prior criminal history or the chances that they'll reoffend?
I think there has to be a thorough review of the facts of a certain person's
individualized review, or just in general?
Individualized review. I agree with clemency as a tool, and executives should use clemency frequently.
Okay.
But there has to be a review.
The chairman said, violence against law enforcement is wrong. I'm sick of it, and we can't tolerate it. And I agree with that. But President Trump pardoned more than 1,500 people, hundreds of whom had violently assaulted our police officers, brutalizing them, injuring them, giving them traumatic brain injuries, concussions, heart attacks, strokes, without looking at a single one's individualized records, just pardoning them, all of them, en masse. And guess what? 97 of them have already gone on to reoffend today. They've been convicted of, so far, child sexual assault, home invasion, production of child pornography, conspiracy to murder an FBI agent, kidnapping, reckless homicide, domestic violence by strangulation, stalking, drug trafficking, burglary, and a lot more. We don't have time to get into all of them. One guy, Andrew Paul Johnson, this guy was still in prison. Trump pardoned him, gave him clemency. He got out of prison, and a few weeks later went and sexually assaulted a 12-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl, and then tried to stop them from reporting him by saying he would give them some of the money that he gets from Donald Trump because he's J6er, and they're all going to get millions of dollars. So just to give you a sense of what's going on out there. So for those people who are categorically denouncing violence against the police, I'd like you guys to take that to heart and talk to some of the Capitol officers who are protecting us here today. You'll see them on your way out. Well, look, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was a 52-year-old construction worker and immigrant who lived in Houston for 35 years. He had no criminal record, no charges, no arrests. On July 7th, he left home to pick up his brother and two co-workers to go work at a construction site of an American business. ICE agents in two unmarked cars looking for someone else saw him, and without turning on any lights or without any indication of who they were, began chasing his van. So they surrounded his vehicle and attempted to force him off the road. Moments later, an ICE agent who was not wearing a body camera fired through Mr. Salgado's passenger side window, killing the father of three. Mr. Salgado had no record. He was not subject to a detention order. He was trying to go to work. Now, Mr. Mikowski, you worked for ICE. You trained officers. Is it ever acceptable for ICE agents to pursue a vehicle in an unmarked car without using their lights or sirens? Do you know the rules on that?
Sir, so since I retired, policies may have changed, but I don't believe the policy pursuits were allowed.
Yeah, it's in the ICE field manual. I've got the regulation right here, 8 CFR 287.8, saying that a designated pursuit vehicle is defined only as a vehicle equipped with emergency lights and siren placed in or on the vehicle that emit audible and visual signals. They didn't have that. And now this father of three is dead. 6 days later, Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero, a 26-year-old father, left his home across the country in Biddeford, Maine, to go to work to support his young family. He didn't get far. ICE agents driving an unmarked SUV rammed his vehicle, surrounded his car with guns drawn, and shot him in the head in front of his 3-year-old daughter. And again, they weren't looking for him. They were going to look for somebody else, but they saw him and then chased him down and shot him in front of his daughter. She watched as ICE agents handcuffed her father's lifeless body to the steering wheel. The agent who killed him wasn't wearing a body camera. What's more, he had a history of serious domestic violence, and he'd been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. He once threw boiling water in the face of his ex-wife, his first wife, while she was holding their child. His wife testified that he was a danger to the society, and yet he was armed and deputized by ICE to go out and terrify people. Mr. Del Cueto, you served as a Border Patrol agent for 20 years. Should DHS be doing a background check screen for a history of domestic violence and psychiatric illness?
They do thorough background investigations if something doesn't get reported. However,
Just wait. No. My question is: should they do one?
They do one already.
No, they did not do one in this case. It did not happen. So that did not happen, but it should happen. But it is typical now of ICE's hiring practices. Bring everybody in, just like Donald Trump's pardons. We don't care really what your background is. Clothe you with the power of the federal government, turning our society upside down, turning Americans against each other, and having our officers shoot our people, like Alex Preddy and Renee Good, dead at point blank range in the streets of America. That's what this has led to. I go back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman, and I recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify one thing, because there is this perception that is consistently put out there that if you're a Democrat, you are anti-law enforcement, that you are against the police. We are not anti-law enforcement. In fact, this weekend, I will be speaking at a national convention for law enforcement. So let me be clear about something. The most pro-law enforcement thing that you could ever do is making sure that the bad apples are absolutely treated as that, because bad officers make good officers look terrible. And that is why real law enforcement has no problems when Democrats decide that they actually want to crack down and recognize that even law enforcement officers can commit crimes. Because the last time I checked, I don't understand who should be allowed to gun somebody down in the middle of the street. It's not armed and seemingly just has a little bit of melanin. And when it comes to Alex Preddy and Renee Good, that wasn't even the reasons. It was the fact that they had the audacity to stand for people that had melanin. So, excuse me, but we are not anti-law enforcement. Let's put that on the record. Secondly, I want to deal with something that the ranking member opened up with earlier when he talked about Ghislaine Maxwell. The reality is that Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted by a jury of her peers and sentenced to 20 years in a federal prison. Yet somehow Ghislaine Maxwell has more privileges than people who aren't accused of going out and sexually assaulting children. This is why we have a problem, because it seems like our colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to want to protect pedophiles while at the same time going after people, most of them who have come to this country seeking a better life, seeking the America that we sell to the rest of the world, which is the land of opportunity and the land of the free. That is what we have sold the world on, yet seemingly that's not what's happening when they arrive, when they say that in their country there is something that is causing them to need to seek asylum from the harms that are taking place in their countries. Now let me get to my official remarks before we have to go vote. It seems like those super PAC bans are making these Republicans dance. Isn't it interesting that thousands of white people storming the U.S. Capitol and beating police officers made it home safely, but brown people posing no threat to ICE agents are suddenly killed in cold blood? The government pardoned those January 6 rioters, yet the same government is now calling the non-white people, most of whom have no criminal record, quote, terrorists and criminals. Mr. Sinha, why do you think this is?
Thank you for the question, Ranking Member Crockett. Look,
And I know you could talk forever, but just give me a little something.
look, I think every legal system, the criminal legal system, the immigration system is rife with racial injustice. We are seeing it play out in the streets every single day. People of color are being targeted unfairly and unjustly, while those with those who are white and those who have money are being let off the hook repeatedly. That's been the story of America. That's been the story throughout our nation's history, and it's a story that continues today.
Thank you so much. To the best of your knowledge, did any of the protesters at Delaney Hall brutally beat police officers with steel pipes?
No.
What about spraying police officers with bear spray?
No.
What about tasing officers in the neck or stomping their heads?
No.
Who would you rather live next to? One of the thousands of immigrants without criminal records but are being targeted by ICE, or someone like David Daniel, a Trump supporter who was pardoned but was found to be in possession of child pornography and charged with sexual exploitation of a minor?
I would rather live next to one of the 1,000 immigrants.
Now, this Justice Department has taken the unprecedented step by criminally charging Congresswoman McIver. Why do you think the Republicans in Congress are louder about nonviolent immigrants without criminal records, but silent about the executive branch prosecuting a member of the legislative branch for conducting legitimate legislative business?
Thank you for bringing up the case against Ms. McIver. Look, every single member of Congress should be outraged by what's happening to her, regardless of party, because they are going after a congresswoman for doing her job. And that's why we at the ACLU had filed an amicus brief in support of her and calling for the charges to be dropped. They are going after a sitting congresswoman for doing her job and nothing else. And we're going to continue fighting for her.
Thank you. My next question was about your amicus brief, but I'll move on now because you already brought it up. We've already established in this hearing, and not just in this hearing, but honestly, the American people are not crazy. The American people are outraged. They're trying to pretend as if people are just going to Delaney Hall and it's simply because Delaney Hall is just, I don't know, the victim in this particular set of circumstances. But no one today, as we've gone through this hearing, has decided to say the name of Jean Brutus, a 41-year-old asylum seeker from Haiti. And for those that don't know the history of what was going on in Haiti, but there was a brutal overtaking of the government in Haiti. They actually had gang members that actually went in and brutally murdered their leader. There's a safety issue that is taking place in Haiti. So here it was, he was an asylum seeker. December 12th, 2025, he ended up dying in Delaney Hall. He had only been in Delaney Hall for one day. So while some may want to pretend as if there's nothing to see, in fact, we should have had a hearing that would have allowed us to get to the bottom of and potentially seek justice and make sure that other people don't die in our custody in an unwarranted and unlawful way. That is what I want to do, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that we can move forward with making sure that anyone who is taken into our immigration system, that they are taken in and they are given their day in court and they get due process, but their constitutional rights are not violated. Thank you, and I'll yield.
Thank the ranking member, and that concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee today, and I mean that. It's a lot of work. Sit here, hear us all talk. Thank you. Appreciate it. Without objection, all
right, so that's the end of that. That's that hearing right there. Let's go check out another one. What up, everyone? What up, YouTubeville? Hope you guys are all doing well. Let's see. Let's go check out another. Hearing. There's this hearing that I was watching last night, but I fell asleep. So let's watch the rest of it. It's like regarding the same thing, actually. All right, it's right here.
Elation. And then that does yield back to the gentlelady referenced, which is something I referenced before, which is prosecutorial discretion in making determinations of whether somebody was, breaking the limit on their visa, with some sort of malice or whether it was a good faith effort. But the point here is to put real teeth when someone is offered the ability to be a guest in the United States. And this is one of those things where I think we've culturally gone amiss, and certainly legally.
Hey, what's up, Willow Cat? Willow Cat says, "Isn't it funny how there's so many MAGA people listening to the truth now?" Oh yeah, they're finally seeing a lot of MAGAs are jumping ship by the thousands every day. The MAGA movement's done. It's over. Blue wave tsunami.
Where we've now got draw a very clear line.
Let me go forward a little bit. All right, here we go.
Appreciate your yielding. Mr. Roy, I understand what you're saying, but there again, you're making blanket assumptions that everyone, these 40% or what have you, you're making blanket assumptions that everyone is deliberately trying to be here and overstay their welcome. It's just a blanket assumption that you're making, and that's simply not the case. I mean, there are people here for, as I said, for no reasons of their own. Life happens. As they say, stuff happens. And so to make the blanket assumption that everybody's deliberately trying to stay here and stay past the time of their visa, I think is absolutely cruel, and it's just unjust. It's not fair. And so there again, I understand what you're saying, but common sense, I mean, where's the common sense here? Where's the common sense in trying to be just and fair? And I agree with you. For people that are overstaying their welcome, their visas, and they knowingly are doing so and trying to buck the system, I get it. Yeah, I get that. But there are different circumstances that need to be considered for each and every one of these cases. And you can't, and I have to be honest with you today, you can't honestly say that judges are making fair and just decisions about immigration. They're just not doing so. So I think there are mitigating circumstances that we need to consider. You need to take each and every one of these cases individually and stop just putting everybody in a one-size-fits-all category, because that's not life. And that's not truly what happens in the world.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes. Yes, I yield. Yield back to.
Yes, I yield to the member from California. Just very briefly, you know, we have a problem here in the tourism industry already because of the hostility that's been shown to people who come to this country. And if you're telling a tourist that, you know, if you miss your plane or you get sick, you could be charged with a crime, there are other places to go visit. And I do think the economic damage from this is something that needs to be considered. I'm not for people flagrantly violating the law, but the way this is crafted is inelegant, and I think the gentlelady's amendment resolves some of that problems, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and yield back to Ms. Ballant.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will. I'll yield to the ranking member.
First, let me start by thanking you, Ms. Ballant, but also I want to salute Ms. Lofgren on making that excellent point. You know, I had a group of business leaders from my district in my office not so long ago talking about the horrific effect that this violent immigration clampdown is having on people's desire to come visit the United States. People are literally afraid to come to the United States of America right now, and it is killing the hospitality industry. It is damaging hotels. My district is right on the border of Washington, D.C., and they're seeing dramatic reductions in the numbers of people who want to come to our country. Now we want to make it even worse and say, if you slip up, as the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia says, through no fault of your own, because there's a blizzard, or in this shocking climate change weather, there's hurricanes or whatever, and you don't get out in time, and now your visa expires, suddenly you're a criminal in the United States. When we're trying to get people to come here, to go to Anaheim, California to see the distinguished gentleman's district, or go to Disney World, or come to Washington, D.C., which used to be known as the center place of politics for freedom and justice all over the world. And now we're sending this really cruel, sick message. But the other point I really liked that the gentlelady from Georgia made was that this happens to lots of people, even happens to Republicans, to conservatives, where they're suddenly out of alignment because there's some bureaucratic misstep. It could even be the government's fault. You guys have got to check out the Associated Press's reporting about Melania Trump. Luckily, she ended up getting an Einstein visa for people with extraordinary ability. I'm not quite sure what the whole background was to that. That goes to people like Niels Bohr and John Lennon and Yoko Ono and Pele, the soccer legend. But in the meantime, when she was in the country, she worked and did at least 10 modeling assignments unlawfully. She didn't have the work visa when it happened between September 10th and October 15th of 1996. And I hold no grudge against her. That kind of thing has happened to a lot of people. Should she have been thrown in jail? Should she have been made into a criminal because she was suddenly out of bureaucratic alignment? The distinguished gentleman from Texas says 40% of the people are in that situation. And for him, that seems to be an argument for getting tougher.
Hey, what up, everyone? All right, so I just ended the poll that we had. Thanks for everyone that voted in the poll. Out of 920 votes, a whopping 65% say no, that they are not enjoying Trump's high gas and food prices due to his illegal war. So the people have spoken. It's a good indicator of the blue wave tsunami. It's going to be a wipeout at the midterms. MAGA movement is dead. All right, starting a new poll.
The whole thing. I think that demonstrates that
time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
I seek recognition just to complete my thought.
I was gonna
Oh,
yield
thank
to
you.
you. Go ahead.
I recognize.
Well, I was just going to say, my friend, Mr. Roy from Texas, has repeated the statistic that 40% of the horrifying illegal alien population, the undocumented people, are people who were here lawfully under a visa which expired. And for him, that means, therefore, all of these police state tactics we're seeing across the country are perfectly justified. To my mind, I think of those people like Melania Trump. You know, I don't know if you're saying she should have been rounded up and thrown into a detention center with her family. I don't know if she had any kids at that point or not. But to me, what it says is, hey, like, that is life. People, the visas expire, and most people are able to get it through the bureaucratic process in time, and some are not. There's even kind of an implicit concession to that in saying you've got 10 days. But what if it's 2 weeks? What if it's a month? I don't know exactly what Melania Trump's story was when she was working in the country illegally. But so be it. I just don't think we should be casting this extremely broad net and just describing everybody as a criminal.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, and I will yield to the distinguished gentle lady from Washington and then to the lady from Vermont.
Because I wanted to make another point that at the same time that this bill tries to criminalize people for things like this, for visa overstays, the administration is also changing the requirements for different visas. And I'll give you one example. I think I might still be the only member of Congress that's ever been on an F1 visa. That's a student visa. And the administration just issued a final rule saying that they're going to change the current law that says, or current regulation that says that somebody can stay for the duration of their degree. So if you come here to seek a 4-year degree, for example, you can stay for the time that it takes you to complete that 4-year degree. They've just changed that to essentially a fixed time period, which means that if for some reason during COVID, for example, or something happens, your university has to delay its schedule, you go on for a little bit longer, it actually limits you and says that you cannot finish your degree on an F1 visa. And it has created huge outrage across the country. It just happened last week. And I was asked about it at a news conference, and luckily I'd been following it because our universities, you talked about the hospitality industry, and you know what this does to people not wanting to come to the United States. This is happening now in the universities too, because universities actually across the country in red and blue districts, red and blue states, are getting people, foreign students are coming and they're paying full freight. But now, because of all of the immigration stuff that's been happening under this administration, people don't want to come here. They're choosing to go somewhere else. With this F1 rule, that's going to be even more the case because there's no guarantee that you can actually finish your degree if you come here to stay on your degree. And now they want to criminalize people if you then end up having to stay a day or a week or a month longer on your F1 visa because of this rule change. I yield back.
Thank you for that great point. It is undermining the universities and the colleges as well as the hotels and motels and everybody else. I just want to make one more point before I yield to my friend from Vermont. According to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Service, nearly 99% of the non-immigrant visitors left the United States on time. In other words, this program is not being abused. People get a visa, and they're generally here for the right amount of time, and then they leave. And then in a tiny percentage of the cases, you've got things like hurricanes, tornadoes, COVID-19, whatever. Life happens. And we want to turn those people into criminals? I mean, that strikes me as outrageous. Ms. Ballin, I go to you.
Thank you. And the member for Washington reminded me, as she was talking about student visas, that, you know, in addition to the example you used of Melania Trump working illegally, we have the case of Elon Musk, who came here on a student visa and never, ever enrolled in the program, which was the reason why he got the student visa, and then worked illegally. He literally launched his career in the United States working illegally. So I'm going to go back to what I was saying before. So much of this is about who we see as worthy and suspect and who we look the other way.
when they are violating the exact same things that you are railing against. And I yield back.
And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentle lady from Georgia. Those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I'd like to seek a recorded vote, please.
Gentleman asks for a recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Issa, Mr. Biggs, Mr. McClintock, Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey, Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Klein, Mr. Gooden, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Nels, Mr. Moore, Ms. Hageman, Ms. Leah Florida. Ms. Leah Florida votes no. Mr. Hunt, Mr. Fry, Mr. Kiley, Mr. Grothman, Mr. Knott, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder Schmidt, Mr. Gill, Mr. Baumgartner, Mr. Raskin.
Yes.
Mr. Raskin votes yes. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes yes. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Liu. Ms. Dryapal. Ms. Dryapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Kamlager Dove. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. And there are 11 ayes and 11 noes.
Yeah, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from California.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Alabama.
Substitute to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Correa of California. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the
Without
following.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask a very simple question. Why take away workers, hard workers, law-abiding taxpayers from a workforce? Why take workers away from small businesses, Wisconsin dairies, manufacturers, farmers, senior homes, home builders, hospitals, police officers? Why take away proven workers? The U.S. Chamber of Commerce recently announced that their number one goal for our economy is 3% economic growth. Their number two goal for the U.S. Chamber, immigration reform. They can recognize the need for workers to get the 3% economic growth. Home builders, U.S. home builders, the number one goal is immigration reform. They need workers to build homes in this country. U.S. manufacturers, the number one goal is immigration reform. Do you all remember that goal, nearshoring from China, manufacturing in the U.S.? I would ask, well, instead of going after small businesses, workers, let's look at some modest immigration reform. DACA recipients, dreamers. These are the immigrants we really need in this country.
They know our culture because they've lived here all their lives. They either work or they're going to school, and they follow the law. Believe me, DACA recipients have to pass a very, very detailed background check before they're actually accepted into the DACA program. And today, Dreamers or DACA recipients, they pulled at about 70% with.
Hey, what's up, Tongani? What's up, Tongani? Tongani says, what's wrong with Melania's movie? I don't know, did you watch it, question mark? I never seen it, and I have no plan on watching it. But without seeing it, I could say, like, the first thing that's wrong with her movie is that one of Epstein's associates was the director of that movie.
Republicans and about 85% positive with American voters in general. They're part of our workforce, and again, they have to pass a very extensive background check. My amendment, the American Dream and Promise Act, would essentially protect and grant eligible Dreamers conditional permanent residence for 10 years and cancel removal proceedings. Provide a pathway to citizenship for eligible Dreamers.
Hey, what's up, David? Yeah, what happened to Palm Beach Pete? I remember that was making the rounds on Instagram.
By granting full lawful permanent residence or LPR status. Provide individual temporary protective status or deferred enforcement departure with lawful permanent residence. They would protect our Dreamers and individuals with TPS during your application for relief under American Dream and Promise Act. This is the legislation we lead, ladies and gentlemen. For most of the day, we've talked about criminals. We talked about people that are unwelcome, that are not welcome in this country. Dreamers today have to follow the law, have to be no criminal record, and be gainfully employed. This is what we need today in the United States. Legal workers to relieve our need for workers in this country. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
I mean, I'm an electrician, and in all my years on job sites, like as far as like drywallers go, like all the drywaller crews I've ever seen, like that's a job I have no interest in ever doing. You know, it's a dirty job, you know. But I always just see like immigrants doing those types of jobs, and they're good at it. Like if I tried to do their job, I wouldn't last a day being a drywaller. Those dudes are up there on like some scaffold with like a piece of drywall over their head, screwing it in with like one hand. Ain't no U.S. citizens doing that. But who knows? Maybe they are U.S. citizens. Who knows? You know, I don't know. I just tell them to not, cover up my electrical boxes.
Mr. Moore?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's, 1 second. The gentleman's correct. The gentleman's amendment, the gentleman explained as point of order.
Gentleman would, his amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates Rule 16, Clause 7. I yield back.
Gentleman is correct. The gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purpose test and therefore is not germane and is out of order. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 9773.
No objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment inserts the text of the Real Courts Rule of Law Act at the end of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as Title VII of the bill. The Real Courts Rule of Law Act would transition the nation's immigration court system into an independent judiciary. Now, currently, immigration judges are appointed by the Attorney General. They're employees of the Department of Justice, and immigration judges may be directed to adjudicate cases based on policies and priorities of the governing administration instead of the facts in the law that are before them in the courtroom. That's exactly what's happened actually over the last year and a half. In 2025, the Trump administration fired almost 100 out of the 700 immigration judges nationwide, with an I spokesperson targeting some as, quote, activist judges. Now, this has caused chaos and dysfunction, with the Board of Immigration Appeals backlog reaching an all-time high of nearly 220,000 cases at the end of last year. It's interesting, the Department of Justice advertised positions for immigration judges as deportation judges, which really emphasize that they just want the judge to deport rather than to apply the law to the facts that are presented to them in their courts. I think this is a dark and dangerous path for our court system to continue down. Such influence and pressure from any administration, Republican or Democratic, is not the right way to deal with justice. We need a new immigration court system that's separate from the Department of Justice, that is defined by independence and integrity. I'm glad to have our esteemed ranking member Raskin on this bill, as well as Mr. Johnson and Mr. Goldman. The Federal Bar Association and the American Bar Association have also endorsed this legislation. This is a proposal I hope can create a more impartial system and reduce the case backlog that we're seeing across the country. I also wanted to say just one more word about the underlying bill, which I think doubles down on some of the most harmful policies we've seen from this administration. There are policies that can be harmful and mean, that can be bad for our economy, and really they're not popular with the American people. It should be noted that the latest Pew Research poll showed that 58% of Americans do not trust Trump on immigration. That's up 12% when he was elected. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to be saying to the American people, too bad, we're going to codify this bad agenda into law anyway. Much has been said about the need for border control, and I agree. We had a situation that was disorderly and needed attention at the border. I think the American people want an orderly, controlled system at the border, and I agree with them. But that's not the same as breaking families apart, beating people up, killing Americans, and turning away brilliant, highly skilled students and entrepreneurs when we need to attract the best and brightest minds in the world who want to come here and become Americans with us and help us succeed. So I think this bill is a big mistake. It will harm our economy. It is in opposition to the wishes of the American people. Adopting this amendment will at least go partway to establishing once again the rule of law in this system, which is something that all of us should strive for. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Excuse me, gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order? The gentleman is recognized.
The gentlewoman's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter federal purpose test, therefore is not germane and is out of order. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Amendment to the amendment.
No objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment recognizes that family detention is just wrong and family separation is unacceptable. This amendment addresses both issues. It gets rid of the bill's mandatory indefinite family detention section, and it replaces it with language to prevent Immigration and Customs Enforcement from detaining parents and primary caregivers unless it can show that the individual poses a specific risk to public safety that cannot be mitigated through a supervised release program. This would go a long way to addressing the harms of this section of the bill and ensure family unity. Trump campaigned on deporting the, quote, worst of the worst, but that is absolutely not what he's doing. Instead, he's cruelly ripping apart families and detaining people of all statuses. On day one, President Trump brought back family detention. Let me be clear again, there is no humane way to detain children. The American Academy of Pediatrics has made it clear no amount of detention for children is safe. According to a recent analysis, since family detention was restarted last year, at least 500 babies and toddlers have spent time in ICE custody. The analysis also showed that ICE has dramatically increased detentions of children aged 3 and under. Between January 2025 and March of this year, ICE has been holding 25 children aged 3 and under in custody on average every single day. When ICE is not detaining families, they are separating them. Since Trump was sworn into office, ICE has detained and deported thousands of parents, leaving many children, including US citizens, separated from their caregivers. In just the first 7 months of President Trump's second term, at least 11,000 US citizen children had a parent detained. Another report based on demographic data estimates that ICE detained the parents of more than 145,000 US citizen children since Donald Trump returned to office. Reporting describes parents being taken from children as young as 4 months old. And teenagers are increasingly caring for younger siblings, struggling to balance their own futures with working to pay for increasingly costly essentials like rent and healthcare and groceries. In my home state of Washington, ICE arrested a mother in front of her child's preschool. Similarly, in Oregon, agents arrested a father during morning drop-off at his son's preschool. In Chicago, ICE arrested a single mother selling tamales, forcing her eldest daughter to step in and care for her youngest sibling. A Chicago-born teenager fought for his parents' release while fighting terminal cancer. ICE released his parents 1 day before his death. In another case, a US citizen with a rare disease died after ICE detained his father and primary caretaker. ICE also detained a DACA recipient while he was on his way to the NICU to bring breast milk to his infant daughter, who was born nearly 6 weeks premature. Perhaps one of the most horrific stories was that of Orlin. Orlin's mother, Wendy Hernandez Reyes, came into ICE custody earlier this year through a routine traffic stop. She told authorities that she was a single mother to her 3-year-old son, Orlin, and she begged to be released so that she could care for him. ICE ignored her pleas and detained her. When Wendy was ordered deported, she begged ICE once again to take her son with her, to no avail. ICE once again ignored her. As a result of ICE's cruelty, Orlin was left in the custody of an abusive uncle who abused him and eventually murdered him. The autopsy showed that Orlin had multiple broken bones, signs of sexual battery, had been stomped on, burned with a lighter, and suffered at least 17 blows to the head. That never should have happened, and it would not have happened if ICE had simply never detained Wendy or separated her from her US citizen child. Last week, I introduced a bill, Orlin's Law, to make sure no family ever experiences this cruelty. Consistent with my bill, my amendment would prevent ICE from detaining a parent unless it can show through clear and convincing evidence that detention is necessary to mitigate a public safety risk. In the event that a parent is detained, it actually requires ICE to restore and expand protections to ensure that parents can make arrangements for their child's care. If a parent is deported, it requires ICE to let the parent decide whether or not they leave with their child. Orlin should be alive today. Supporting this amendment would prevent another tragedy like Orlin's death from happening. And for all the families I just talked about and so many more, it would stop Trump's cruel family separation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Only yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin
I remove my point of order.
withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman.
I will oppose this amendment. This amendment is effectively the Flores extension and protection amendment. It would basically maintain the status quo. It would undo the very purpose of the provisions that we're putting in the legislation to fix what has been so wrong about policies in response or in following the Flores settlement that created such a difficult situation and problem and exploitation of our border with respect to children and families. It seeks to strike a provision that makes crystal clear that Congress intends this bill to satisfy the requirements of the revised Flores settlement agreement as it applies to accompanied minors, and I would leave the status quo in place. Illegal aliens, including cartel members, buy and rent children to pose as family units. They can be released into the United States. This provision eliminates those perverse incentives that we've got. I would urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. And the fact of the matter is, if we're looking at the data, and you can see precisely what's been happening, that under 2025 and under the current administration, seen a just complete fall off, because we've been putting in place the right policies, and we want to codify those policies so we no longer have this perverse incentive in place. So with that, I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington.
Man, the only thing that bald-headed MAGA freak can codify are these nuts.
Favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The vote being requested by the Democrats. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Eisen? Mr. Biggs? Ms. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy?
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment.
Objection may be considered as read. Point of order being reserved by the gentleman from Wisconsin. The gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
All right, so obviously we had some profound differences about the body and the substance of this legislation. You guys have defended family detention. You have rejected a mens rea knowing willfulness requirement, which was something that I always admired the gentleman from Texas for supporting before, but we think a lot of constitutional principles have been absolutely discarded and abandoned in the process. I would hope, at least when it comes to the question of the title of the legislation, we could all be together in defending the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution, which of course holds that no person can be elected more than twice to office. This was added in, I think it was 1951 when it finally got added. And I don't think that we should send out any kind of confusing signal to the public by adding the words permanent Trump to a federal law. And a lot of the president's hardcore MAGA allies and supporters have been advancing the cause of Trump serving beyond the two-term constitutional limit. We've heard stuff like that from Andy Ogles. I think we've heard it from Miriam Adelson. Even Steve Bannon said that there was a plan, a strategic plan in place on this. And President Trump himself, of course, has repeatedly flirted with the idea in public. And this committee should not feed this dangerous fantasy that we will have any president serve permanently in violation of the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution. The president has already lavished praise on dictators who've declared themselves in office for life, people like Kim Jong-un, President Xi, the president of the CCP, and Vladimir Putin, all of these autocrats who plan to serve for life. That's not how democracy works, and that's not how American democracy works. So please, let's not feed this fantasy. Let's all agree just to remove those two words. It doesn't alter the substance of the bill, and the new title will more accurately describe what you want to do in any event. And with that, I submit it to the wisdom and the conscience of the entire committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. We'll now turn to the wisdom and conscience of the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman. I will only say this, that what this reflects, obviously HR2, which we passed in the last Congress, predated the current administration. But what the bill reflects, and the reason for the title, is the implementation of the policies that HR2 set to carry out, we've seen in action. In other words, we now have proof. We have evidence of the success. Despite my colleagues on the other side of the aisle suggesting at the time that we were passing HR2 that, the sky would fall and so forth, and then saying that, well, Congress had to act. Remember, we were dealing with the Langford bill out of the Senate. Remember, it was like Congress had to act. Well, we did need to act because we need to codify and make it permanent. But what we've seen now is that these policies, when they're enforced, they actually work, because we've seen the results. We've seen the reductions at the flow of the border. We've seen the impact of the, getting new immigration judges through the policies that we've adopted. We've seen the complete, reduction of the increase of the number of the unaccompanied alien children that were being abused. We've been able to go track down children. All of it is moving in the right direction. Fentanyl, all of the things have been reduced and improved because of the policies that the current administration has deployed. And I think credit where credit is due, the administration, Tom Homan, the much maligned Stephen Miller, the people that are making decisions about what we should do with respect to the border, they have resulted in a much better situation for migrants, for Texans, for Americans, for the people that were being negatively impacted. So with that, I would urge opposition to the amendment, and I would yield back.
The gentleman
from North Carolina.
Mr. Roy, did I hear the ranking member say that he would support the bill if we agree to this amendment? I think I heard something to that effect.
I would oppose it a little less vigorously.
Is that like strenuously object from a few good men? No. I yield back to someone from, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Move straight to the last word.
Gentle lady, and then we'll go to the gentleman.
I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Let me respond to my friend from Texas. Okay, first of all, this is legislation, as we've demonstrated repeatedly throughout the day, that departs from Trump's policies in significant ways. And it's gone way to the right even of Donald Trump. So I don't know how fair that is. But in any event, assuming that you stuck 100% to cement into place what he wanted to do, you can't make it permanent because no Congress can bind another Congress. So that's just misleading the young people of America to say that we could have a permanent legislative fix that doesn't move. I mean, take even our most successful legislation. We've never named it like that after a permanent president. We don't walk around talking about the permanent Franklin D. Roosevelt Social Security Act or the permanent Roosevelt Medicare Act or permanent Roosevelt Medicaid Act. Or I'm not even sure. No, that wasn't during Roosevelt. Somebody will correct me when that was adopted. But in any event, we don't have the permanent LBJ Voting Rights Act. And, it's misleading to say that because the Voting Rights Act has been ravaged by a combination of right-wing MAGA attacks and the Roberts Court. Nothing's permanent. We got to go out and fight for democracy and freedom every day, every week, every month, every year. And the legislation that we pass must stand the test of time. And so we're just feeding someone's ego, I'm afraid, when we say that we're going to call for the first time in American history a piece of legislation, the Permanent Blank President Act. I mean, that just strikes me as bizarre and monarchical and totally antithetical to the spirit of our own country. And I would not indulge anybody that fantasy. Although I did mention this to one Republican who said that if you keep permanent Trump in there, then it will guarantee that Speaker Johnson won't bring it to the floor because he's not going to want to submit the GOP caucus to the kind of criticism and humiliation that might follow from putting something like that on the floor. But really, I think we can all do without it. We could do it by voice vote if everybody agrees. But if not, I'm going to insist on people voting either for permanent Trump or not for permanent Trump. And Medicaid, by the way, was under President Lyndon B. Johnson. So I suppose we could move to amend it to say the President Permanent Lyndon B. Johnson Medicaid Act. But I'm going to yield to the gentlelady from Vermont.
I really appreciate the comments from the ranking member. And one of the themes that we've struggled with now for the last year and a half plus is that we have constant examples of the Republicans in Congress willingly giving up their Article I powers to the president, continuing to bow to the executive instead of protecting the rights that we hold dear in Congress because we are the ones closest to the people. I think this is yet another example of my colleagues on the other side being willing to defer, to bow down, to give up their authority and their power to the executive. And it makes me very uncomfortable. And I yield back.
Shelley yields back. Gentleman from California's recognized.
I just wanted to assure the ranking member that Donald Trump can, of course, serve a third term. It only requires a constitutional amendment passed by 2/3 of both houses and ratification by 3/4 of the states. Absent that, it's not going to happen. And I am concerned about the ranking member's paranoia over a Trump third term. I think it's clearly overwhelmed his sense of reality. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to submit an article entitled, "Is Trump Derangement Syndrome Real?" No therapist would render such a derogatory and partisan diagnosis, but I've seen it in my practice. By Jonathan Alpert, Wall Street Journal, November 12th, 2025.
Without objection. Gentleman is back to John from New York, who I think introduced legislation on the first day of Congress to address the third term issue, if I remember correctly.
That's right. Actually, it was 2 days after he floated it to the Republican conference, saying, of course, it was a joke, only until your colleagues actually introduced a resolution to do it. I'm glad, though, we at least all agree that it requires a constitutional amendment. It's funny, Mr. McClintock, that you mentioned Trump derangement syndrome, because I hear that a lot sent our way. But imagine a scenario where, let's say someone has a very successful career in outside of this body, that perhaps they were, let's see, a federal prosecutor, successful lawyer, a judge. I don't know all of the backgrounds of my colleagues, but really proven themselves, and they run for office. And they win a seat into Congress. And then they come to Congress and somehow, some way, they are convinced to bow down, to worship the President of the United States. Let's just say, forget about the President, just another person. And that when the President says he wants to create something called Trump accounts, you all think that's a great idea. Or the Trump gold card. Fantastic. You know what? Let's support the Arc de Trump. That is Trump derangement syndrome. This narcissist who insists on naming absolutely everything after himself. He's now even signing currency. And none of you will stand up and say the obvious, which is it's absurd. It's absurd that someone is so insecure that he needs to have his name put on everything. But what's even more deranged is that you all go along with it. Why do you need Trump's name on this bill? Mr. Roy, you're the sponsor of it. You're not even going to be here. You and we're going to go out and we're going to start a law practice together or something. But you don't need to kiss his ass anymore. What is the point of putting permanent Trump on this bill?
I could have used that clip in my primary.
In any event, let's stop talking about Trump derangement syndrome and throwing it our way, because it's pathetic and humiliating
and embarrassing that such accomplished people need to swallow all of their integrity and bow down to another individual, whoever that individual may be. I yield back.
The gentleman yield?
Yes.
I want to thank the very distinguished gentleman from New York for his characteristically eloquent and cogent remarks. And we're another person in this committee we're going to be missing a lot next year, Mr. Goldman. And I thank you for having the foresight to introduce legislation about this on the second day of Congress. I had forgotten that you had done that. But of course, everybody knows it's not Trump derangement syndrome that's a real thing. It's deranged Trump syndrome, which is a real thing, which is a president who wants Dulles Airport named after him, and one of our Republican colleagues advanced that. Another, am I over?
No.
Oh, okay.
We should.
Oh, you just want me to be nicer to the president? Okay, I don't think he's watching right now. All right.
The gentleman knows the president of our great country, and there's ways that the president should not be spoken about.
Look,
you guys know that, but
some people want him on the $20 bill. Some people want him on the $100 bill. I want him on the $11 trillion bill because that's how much he's added to the national debt. And I think we should make him his own deal. We've got legislation today to add him to Mount Rushmore, rename Palm Beach Airport, give him the Nobel Prize, Congressional Gold Medal, make his birthday a federal holiday, $250 bill, and so on. Look, let's not play into that. We're the House Judiciary Committee. Come on, we don't have to name our legislation after President Trump. If it stands on its own 2 feet, it stands on its own 2 feet. And I agree with the gentleman from Vermont who says that it's an insult and an affront. It's almost a demonstration of a lack of self-respect to say that we've got to hinge this to Donald Trump. If you believe in the stuff that's in there, then stand by the stuff that's in there. But we are the lawmaking branch. The president's job is only to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, and that's what the president should be spending his time on. And if he's watching, nothing personal, Mr. President.
And I would just add, before we end this and vote on it, that the president could have enough confidence to actually allow other people to call this bill or other bills something named after him, just like Barack Obama did with Obamacare, which was not the official name, but that's the kind of leadership we're looking for.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs. Gentleman from California for a UC request.
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, unanimous consent to enter the following into the records. First article, Republican farmer relies on immigrant work, sees his party erasing it, New York Times, March 27, 2026.
Objection.
Second, in red states, anti-immigrant bills are failing as businesses push back, Washington Post, April 19th of this year.
Objection.
Third article, Trump immigration officials seek to amend freight ties with businesses as the arrests spike, Washington Post, July 19th of this year.
Objection.
Immigration reform is key to building a skilled workforce, National Association of Home Builders, November of 2025. And then business groups quietly push back on Trump's immigration raids, Axios, March 2nd, 2025.
Objection.
Thank you.
Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote has been asked. For the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Leah Florida? Ms. Leah Florida votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott?
All right, guys. Well, it's been stimulating, folks, but I'm out of here. It's been good hanging out, checking out these hearings and whatnot. It's been fun hearing everyone's opinions. Hope you guys all have a good Friday out there. Catch you guys all later. All right, let's see what's up with this poll. It looks like 87% of the people have never cared to watch the Melania movie. Interesting. 13% of the people have seen the Melania movie. That's hilarious. The Trump maggots. Some maggots watched the Melania movie, it looks like. Well, anyways, I hope you guys all have a good weekend. Catch you guys all later. All right, peace out.